Welcome back. I'm Alfred Weber, and we have a very special panel today with our colleagues, um, Ella Draper and Abraham Christie, who are coming from undisclosed locations, Juan Lankamp, who is coming to us from Spain, Eilish de Avalon, who is coming to us from Australia, Peter Kling, who's coming to us from the United States of America. Myself, I'm coming to you from Canada. And the kind of working title, it might be different by the time we end the panel, but the working title is Are Popes, Monarchs, Presidents, and the Power Control Matrix Committing Ritual Child Sacrifice and Pedophilia, and How Do We Stop This? And it's been over a year now, since December of 2014, when we had supposedly ongoing citizen prosecutions of ritual child sacrifice and pedophilia by Jesuit Pope Francis Bergoglio, Pope Benedict Ratzinger, Archbishop of Canterbury, the UK, Dutch, and Belgian monarchs, heads of state of Canada, and other heads of state and elsewhere underway. And that suddenly stopped. News Inside Out has been continuing to expose the worldwide pedophile complex, and will later in 2016, we are now outreaching and planning and hoping to have interviews with the actual witnesses to such actions by some of the popes and some of the monarchs and other high-ranking members of the control matrix. And so we are today in this panel, this initial panel, welcoming you leaders and you viewers in the community against the control matrix continuing use of its pedophile and ritual child sacrifice network to control humanity and ruin and destroy the lives of our children and life here on the planet. And so what we'd like to do now is just go around for about 5 minutes or so, if people could just want to introduce themselves and briefly just summarize what brought them here, what their work has been, what they've realized in their work exposing the pedophile and ritual child sacrifice complex, and what they're looking, how we can stop this, and what they're looking to have come out of today and our future work. Thank you. And so I'd like to start, we're very privileged to have today Ella and Abraham, who have exposed a very dark and notorious ritual child sacrifice and pedophile network at Hampstead, UK. And so I'd like to start with them. So you have 5 minutes each if you'd like to introduce each other, yourselves, and you can start, either of yourselves. So please, as you wish.
Thank you very much, Alfred. Would you like to go first, Ella?
No, you go first.
You sure?
Yeah.
Okay, my name is Abraham Christie. I was born and educated in London. Amongst my various interests, I'm a nutritional researcher with 20 years experience in the field of hemp seed nutrition. I met Ella and her children and introduced them to hemp seed nutrition. It transpired that the children were victims of trauma-based mind control and satanic ritual abuse taking place in their schools and the adjoining church, and involving numerous adults, including police, teachers, members of the child protection services, specifically CAF-CAS, social services, which is We have learned a Tavistock creation via Barbara Kahan, whose husband, Vladimir Kahan, was a Tavistock child psychiatrist and who wrote Mental Illness in Childhood, a Tavistock publication. So social services, SS again, is a Tavistock creation, and the children, they eloquently described what had been going on, not unaware of the fact that they were actually describing the mechanisms of satanic ritual abuse, which is an integral part of the state-sponsored trauma-based mind control program. Ella and I have been slated in the and smeared in the mainstream media press in order to cover up the abhorrent crimes of the Hampstead cover-up, which implicate the present UK Prime Minister David Cameron via a massive fraud, money laundering fraud, which has been exposed by Professor George Lees and his associate Gordon Bowden. Professor George Lees is currently being persecuted for this work. They have provided forensic documents proving this fraud, this fraud, and some of the Hampstead alleged perpetrators are involved in this fraud, and we have the forensic documents to prove it. What can I say? They've invested a lot of energy in covering this case up, but it links all of the other cases, all the other global cases. It links them all up together, and we'd like to speak to a solution today. I think that will do for now for my introduction.
Thank you very much. Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Alfred.
Thank you very much. Ella, would you like to come forward and introduce yourself and give us a summary for our viewing audience?
Yes, so I'm Ella Draper, and I changed my surname to Gareva now, back to my maiden name. And I'm Russian, and I'm mother of Alice and Gabriel. Is the biggest live case on satanic ritual abuse and the state-sponsored mind control, trauma-based mind control programming, which is which children been submitted to their school. They also named another 7 schools at least in the same area. It's a Camden Borough of London, and we've been fighting for the children since September 2014. The video testimony of the children, both home filmed videos and police interviews, gone online, been published online, not by us, but so-called Mackenzie Association, who happened to be control opposition, COINTEL pros, and who framed me for arrest, and in order to prevent me in participating in the fact-finding, because the court experienced my I was challenging the court for 5 months, and they realized that they better get rid of me. And that was their way to prevent me from participating in the fact-finding, and which resulted in the fraudulent judgment by Justice Puffley. And we've been experiencing other judges perjuring themselves in the court, as well as police and social workers concocted and fabricated the allegations against us, saying that we were the one who coached the children in order for me to obtain the custody, which was absolute lie. I already had custody, but all of this cover up by high court judges, by police. The entire Metropolitan Police is involved. We've got it all documented, and social services involved, of course, Kafka's. So all these establishments been covering this case, as well as Medium, BBC got involved. They all try to push forward this story that we coached children, that we torture them, and so on. But not only recently, we came to the realization why they were doing that, and that's because they're covering the state programs. Looks like Camden is one of the leading boroughs in this carrying out those programs, those trauma-based mind control programming, and there are other mothers since that we started campaign, and since we started to run the website, there are a few more mothers came forward with similar stories, and so people started to talk slowly about it, and it looks like it's going on around England and around Europe, and so we're here to put a stop to it, and to, of course, to free Alice and Gabriel, to return them to us, and I guess this will be the brief of my introduction.
Thank you very much. Very, very, very moving, and we look forward to your presentation on the panel. Juan Lancamp from Spain. Juan understands English and reads it very well. He has asked me to help translate for him because some of the English viewers may not understand his English pronunciation, as he was raised. He's both Dutch and Spanish, and all of these different languages. So Juan, please go ahead and share with us. Give us a brief introduction, and I'll just translate into English what you said.
Ok, bueno, pues ante todo, Alfred, muchas gracias por invitarme. Thank you very much for you invitate for this program. Y thank you, everyone. Bueno, el tema es muy interesante, ¿no? Porque este es el año de que se van a revelar las cosas, ¿no? Y creo que el tema de hoy es muy importante. Bueno, yo voy a comentar un poco la historia.
Yeah, he says that this year, 2016, in his opinion, is when a lot of the revelations are going to start to come out and start to become public. Go ahead.
Vale, voy más lento. Bueno, entonces todo empieza mi interés por estos temas cuando investigo el caso y analizo el caso, mejor dicho, el caso de Marc Dutroux.
His interest began when he began to investigate the case of Marc Dutroux, which was a case of the pedophile network in Belgium.
Estaba en Holanda en aquel entonces y, bueno, me encontré con documentos a través de una página web que alguien lo filtró para que la gente lo pudiese ver, y decían que quedaba un plazo. Entonces, de ahí empecé toda la investigación y, bueno, continúa Alfred traduciendo, gracias.
Yeah. So he started his investigation into this world through the case of Marc Dutroux when he was still in Holland, through the internet and through finding a lot of the data there.
Entonces ahí empiezo a abordar poco a poco el tema y me encuentro con ciertos documentos a donde exponían varios nombres de gente de la élite, como el primer ministro de ahora, Elio Di Rupo.
So that all of a sudden he finds himself, his research leads in this pedophile network from Dutroux up to the name of the prime minister. Is it the prime minister of Belgium?
Elio Di Rupo.
Elio Di Rupo, who is apparently part of the pedophile network.
Exacto. Entonces de ahí fui abordando otros temas y llegué a descubrir de que la CIA norteamericana montó su red en Bélgica y la élite satánica sobre el año 1917 instaló la Casa Real a través de la casta de Saxe-Gotha, que es uno de los linajes de este origen satánico.
And so he discovered that essentially military intelligence services of the CIA back in of the U.S. rather, back in 1917, 1917.
Sí, exacto.
Porque la CIA no existía en
exacto.
Entonces, yeah, that the military intelligences and the elite of the USA put the royal house of Belgium in power in 1917 from the house of Saxe-Gotha, which was a pedophile house, and ritual satanic house going back to 1917.
Exacto. Bueno, entonces, para que se pudiese crear el caso Dutroux, tuvieron que hacer una sociedad secreta llamada The Valence Roses, los Vales Rosas, donde era un club de gente de la aristocracia, gente del linaje de los Illuminatis, que estaban en conexión con el famoso castillo Château des Amérois, que está en Bouillon, en Bélgica, y ahí pues hacían sus rituales satánicos.
Yeah, and so out of that grew a secret society, which was a satanic secret society composed of the Belgian aristocracy, which had a special chateau in Belgium, and it was in that chateau in which they did their ritual child sacrifices and their pedophilia, and this was all connected up to the Belgian monarchy that had been installed from the House of Saxe-Gotha, Gothenburg, which is a satanic. They call it black monarchy.
Exacto. Entonces, Bélgica es la entrada de los sacrificios humanos en Europa. Después lo anexan a los Países Bajos, de ahí hacia Alemania y después hacia Inglaterra, a donde tenemos, pues bueno, tenemos el mar de frente, ¿no? Ahí podrían tirar los cadáveres fácilmente.
Okay, yeah, and so there, the current wave of ritual child sacrifice, which started during World War I when they reconstituted, the center was in Belgium out of the secret society, and then they infected and brought it over and made the Netherlands, the Dutch monarchy, a black monarchy, namely, they made it into a ritual child sacrifice monarchy, and then they brought it over to the German. This is in a World War I, to the German house, the Archduke, I guess, and then it was brought over to the UK house, and and it was very easy in the UK because they could throw the bodies of the sacrificed children into the sea.
Exacto. Entonces, el hecho más sorprendente es que está la famosa Orden de Abraxas, que está dirigida por Dominique Kindermans, que tiene otra identidad, pero me la voy a reservar por confidencialidad. Y entonces la Orden de Abraxas forma el círculo de triángulo de este abuso ritual satánico basado en el trauma-based mind control. Y entonces ahí tienen pues sus mecenas y sus secuaces y los mercenarios a donde hacen el trabajo de traer los niños.
Sí. Okay, so then Huang is talking about other orders that then, this is like the ritual, this is like the network of ritual child sacrifices based upon secret societies that are built off of these monarchies, these black monarchies that are going down. Now, we have gone over the 5 minutes, and this is very interesting because Huang is going to be the first presenter coming up. So Huang, thank you very much for that introduction.
Thank you, Alfred.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I'm going to go over to Australia now, and to Eilish Avalon, who is a former Australian Broadcasting Corporation journalist, now with CCN TV, and who has been very active in this area as well. Could you please, Eilish, I know that you have a tremendous record in this area, kind of bring us up to date in this area.
Sure. Hello, everyone. My name is Eilish Avalon. I'm an ex-Murdoch journalist, print media journalist actually, but currently on consciousconsumernetwork.tv every week on a show called The Other Ones we've been waiting for. Now, I first came across this institutionalized pedophilia and child sacrifice topic when I was researching Dr. Rita Michelson, Young Australian of the Year, back about 15 years ago, and her work on reporting abused children thanks to the likes of politicians and at the hands of the elite here in Australia. And I was aware that she was silenced, and even though she was really trying to get an inquiry going in regards to everything that was coming up. She was a psychologist, and she was bringing forward daycare scandals and street youths that were taken and abused by politicians and showbiz personalities here in Australia. And she mentioned police members and politicians and showbiz members by name, which we can go into further at a later stage. And then I continued my work in this research arena in the background, and then I became involved after your work, Alfred, with introducing Kevin Annett onto the international platform. And after that, Alfred, you established the International Common Law Court of Justice Facebook group, in which I became an admin with a couple of other people. And it was through working with yourself, Alfred, and Kevin Annett from Canada and a few other admins that we became more well-versed in the topic of elite pedophilia and child sacrifice and child trafficking. Now, I wanted to express my gratitude for Kevin in terms of putting this back in the public arena and bringing this to our awareness. Unfortunately, some of the conduct behind the scenes that Kevin was exhibiting wasn't so good. There was some shenanigans behind the scenes, but I don't want to discount what he brought to the table, because although there was some tampering of witness evidence and some other really, really dodgy things, his information was really important because it highlighted the ongoing need to have this investigated. Now, unfortunately, he brought up the establishment of the International Common Law Court of Justice in Brussels, but when we investigated behind the scenes, he gave us an address, and when we investigated that address, it belonged to an Illuminati building, basically, with and it was impossible to ever have that there. Also, he was very secretive about who the judges were, and Mel V, she had him staying at her place. She's the creator and director of CCN, the network that I'm on at the moment, and when Kevin was staying at Mel V's house, he wrote to he pretended to be two different people. So really, it undid the whole story for us. But we wanted to keep the story alive because the information he brought to the table about the royals and the politicians continued to exist. And so out of the bones and ashes of Kevin Annette's work, in which there is skerricks of truth, although I believe he was controlled opposition because he's Jesuit trained, and these people do this, they come into and they pretend to provide a solution. Oh, so Kevin Annette's taking care of it. He established the International Common Law Court of Justice, but in fact it doesn't exist. But the story remains. So let's just take Kevin and his ineptitude out of it, and let's continue with the story, because that's the important thing. So out of the bones of that, I established another Facebook group called Expose the Ring, and Alfred and I and several others have been really active in, and you're welcome to join Expose the Ring on Facebook, in which we daily update it. Now, as a healer, as an alternative therapist in which I retrained alongside my journalism, I came in touch with a lot of people that needed healing for trauma and abuse and all sorts of things. And in my work, during the time I was actually working with Kevin as his admin, and the can of worms was opening up, I had a woman from my own hometown come to me, and she brought her two children. Now, these children were 3 and 5, and she's actually in my suburb now. And those children are being exposed daily to the sort of stuff that Abe and Ella's children have spoken about. Now, I can go into more detail about that. And I'm hoping that at a later stage I can get her to come forward in regards to witnessing, and perhaps even if she doesn't come on camera. But this stuff is happening in my own hometown here in Australia. And also there's another witness that may come forward as well that I've been in contact with again as well. Now, from my research, politics, showbiz, everyone, schools, churches, they're all involved. Now, in terms of the Australian reaction, we currently have ongoing, and people that we have, the Australian government's response is this. We are currently going through the Royal Commission into institutional responses to child sexual abuse. Now, this Royal Commission has been seeking submissions from any ritual abuse survivors, whether they be from schools or churches. Now, we have a very prominent Cardinal George Pell, who's as dodgy as they come, who fled over to Rome. And he cited health problems as the reason why he was too unwell to come back to Australia to answer to the allegations that why didn't he do something about when he was when people approached him about institutionalized child sexual abuse within the church. Now, he was stalling. He was, it was all over the papers and the media here in Australia, mainstream media here in Australia. The Cardinal George Pell was too ill to to fly back to Australia from Rome to answer to the Royal Commission into institutional responses to child sexual abuse. Now, the latest on the website, which is childabuseroyalcommission.gov.au, is that the Royal Commission will hear evidence from Cardinal George Pell from the 29th of February 2016, which was yesterday for us because we're the 1st of March already here, as part of its hearings into the Catholic Church authorities in Ballarat and the Catholic Archdiocese of Melbourne. So they're gonna cross over to Rome and hear this. There is no excuse. There is no escape. These guys are being forced under oath. Now, the Royal Commission's also hearing submissions from Australian Defence Force cadets, because we know that this sex abuse is also part of the military breaking down. We're also hearing from showbiz and Centres for the Performing Arts. They're seeking submissions from people, from survivors and witnesses all over Australia, from all shapes and forms. And these hearings are taking place in Ballarat, in Melbourne. Geelong Grammar is where Prince Philip went to Timbertop for a while, which is, I live in Geelong. Even Geelong Grammar has been dragged into the Royal Commission. So it's in terms of an Australian government response, I guess it's the best thing we can expect from the mainstream. You know what I mean? But I'm still really keen, Judge Alfred, in terms of having this, even outside of the mainstream response, and establishing our own international common law court, which is what Kevin, suggested that he was doing, but, it was all unfortunately fabricated. How I can prove also that it was fabricated is that Alfred, you and I and another woman, an admin by the name of Diva Priya in Canada, were all CC'd in on a email thread. Now, this email thread was asking me if I could please gather evidence against the Pope in terms of child sacrifice and child ritual child abuse, and would I be able to present it to him? Now, this is after Kevin announced that the judges had found the Pope in absentia guilty, and arrest warrants were issued. Now, unfortunately, how can anybody be asked to gather evidence after something apparently has already been heard and a conviction handed down in a fictitious international common law court of justice? So, right in front of our eyes, Alfred, you and I and Diva saw that Kevin was scrambling. Now, the other thing was, I was just I'm just a mum. I'm just a mum and a healer, and how would I have the funds to travel to Rome, to talk to the witnesses, to gather the evidence, to hear this, when apparently it's already been done and the arrest warrant's been issued? And where would the airfare come from? Who's going to fund that? Who's going to fund my bodyguard or my protection and all the stuff needed to gather such evidence? So, Kevin never provided any solutions for that. So we saw very much, sadly, and it really, really broke my heart, because I really had high hopes, with Kevin and his work, until the holes started appearing everywhere. So I guess that's my introduction, but we can go into things further and talk about specific cases at a later stage. So thank you for the opportunity of introducing myself.
Thank you very much, Eilish, and we look forward to your presentation on the panel.
Thanks.
Now, Peter, during kind of the conversations leading up to the panel, you were talking about some very interesting historical information that bears on this, and I mentioned that you might want to bring this up in your introduction, and I see that your mic is muted, so you might want to unmute that.
It would help if I'm going to say something, right?
Yeah.
Especially if I wanted people to hear me. Well, thank you, Alfred, and thank you to our panel. My name is Peter Kling. I'm a hermeneutist, Bible expert, I guess you could say, in the latter date, but I'm also a scientist, so I have nothing to do with religion. I look at everything from a purely scientific standpoint, and this gives me more, shall we say, objective view into what we're seeing. I've got no use for religion personally, and that's up to everybody's individual understanding. We're talking about, and really the reason that we're talking about this is why I've got no use for religion, is because it's been used as a conduit to sacrifice our children and control us. It's one of the two controlling mechanisms given to this planet 4,500 years ago by who we call the Anunnaki. It was given to the Sumerians, and that's where we get our cradle of civilization from. Everything is done by law. We know this. Everything is a cooperation. The Holy Roman Catholic Church became an expert in incorporating. The Romans invented incorporation. But before that, we have to go back even further. We have to go back to the laws that we are under. Most people are aware that we are under Admiralty law. When you go into a court in the United States or any other country, you will see a flag of that country with a yellow fringe or a gold fringe around it. That is a naval flag indicating that you are under Admiralty law. This actually comes from one of the two great societies for human sacrifice. We all know that the Mayans and the Mesoamericans sacrificed humans all the time, right down to children. But the ones who were experts, the ones who had the pinnacle of human child sacrifice, were the Canaanites. This is where Yahweh gets to have the reputation of being a bloodthirsty God, because the Israelites go in and are supposed to wipe out or annihilate all the Canaanites. A very interesting thing. Admiralty law was given us, it was given to us or given to the world by the Canaanites, who were among the best seafarers of the planet at that time. So our very laws that we are now under, no longer under the law of the land, we're under the law of the sea, or Admiralty laws. These laws directly came from the one civilization on this planet that was infamous for child sacrifice. Totally infamous. They've gone back, archaeologists have gone back to different places within the Middle East where the Canaanites, or throughout what is basically now Israel, and have dug up Canaanite places of sacrifice, and the amount of infant bones and remains that they find are astronomical. They said that they don't know why God waited so long to have them destroyed. It was so bad, and that's what Israel's job was supposed to be. However, when we look at it historically, the nation of Israel did not destroy the Canaanite child sacrifice worship. They adopted it. They adopted Molech worship in every aspect. In fact, that adoption is still today with the actual Star of Molech on the Israeli flag. No, it's not the Star of David. Do the research. It's the Star of Molech, a country that prides themselves with a god that must have child sacrifice. Totally bizarre. So once we start looking at the historical precedents and the laws that we are currently under, they were given to us by the people who sacrificed the most children ever, historically. So our court system, our political system is all driven by Admiralty law now. Everything. We are vessels. When a child is born, it is given an identification number. The name is put on the birth certificate in capital letters, the same as you see on a ship. That means this flesh is now a vessel for the soul. And the vessel is legally owned by, depending on the country that you're in, it's legally owned by that country based on Admiralty law. So we are vessels for a soul owned by a country which has submitted itself to the Vatican via corporate law. That's why everything is incorporated now. Everything from your local politicians right on up to every religion on the planet is incorporated, right on up to the Vatican. And so when taxes are required, we pay our taxes to the government pays its taxes to who still controls us, as in the House of Windsor, and then the UK Inc. pays its taxes to the Vatican. It works the same in every country, right on up to the Vatican, seeing as the Vatican is the mother of all corporations. It has nothing to do with religion, has everything to do with corporate law, which is now tied into admiralty law, which goes back to the ancient Canaanites, who were experts in child sacrifice. So you're going to have the same laws going forward if you base it on that original paradigm. Letters to Earth, you can survive Armageddon. Armageddon isn't the end of this planet. It's not the end of Earth. It's the end of the evil that is ruling this Earth. Find out how you can survive it.
Thank you so much. Well, okay. So now we're going to start a round of presentations on this panel, and what I'd like to say is that this is really an ongoing panel of the community of persons who are involved as a matter of common law in adjudicating and stopping ritual child sacrifice and pedophilia. So we'll be convening from time to time as a panel, and there'll be other participants, and we'll be bringing on witnesses. This will not be a formal court, but it's sort of a formal, I would call it hearing, pre-hearing, or community hearing to bring on witnesses, to bring on experts such as yourselves to present what's called in the law probable cause, so that this now becomes alive under international common law, international humanitarian legal standards, so it can go forward as the legal institutions begin to come alive again. I can say that just yesterday I engaged in a conversation in Spain with a very forward-looking patron who had pledged £50,000 to the formation, among other things, of an international tribunal to stop the transhumanist agenda, which would include the area of ritual child sacrifice and pedophilia. And so all of these efforts are continuing. Now, one of the participants in that conversation, who has been targeted by directed energy weapons, that Sunday morning we were going to have an interview with that individual and with the patron who has pledged the £50,000, and he had to be rushed to hospital because he was so targeted with directed energy weapons that he was close to death, and it was considered an assassination attempt, and he was tended by 12 physicians at the hospital, and fortunately has survived. So that is just an indication of how the control matrix is continuing to try and thwart our collective work as a community, and I wanted to share that with you as we go forward in this work. I share that as good news because, hey, we're still moving forward with our tribunals, and we're still moving forward with this work. And none of those technologies are succeeding. And none of those attempts are succeeding. So I wanted to add that as my sort of introduction to this panel. Okay, so that being said, I'd like to turn to our first participant, Juan Lankamp. What we're doing is we're going to the people who are sort of furthest away and latest in the global time zone, so it's not too late for them, and because, you know, and so Juan is in Spain.
España, sí.
And so Juan, yeah, please, you have about 60 minutes.
60 minutes?
Yeah, and what we'd like to do is at the end, we'd like to reserve about 10 minutes so that other members of the panel can ask you questions, if that's okay.
Perfect, yes.
Does that feel okay?
Okay.
Yeah. So, yeah, go ahead.
Ok, bueno, voy a hablar lentamente para que Alfred pueda traducir.
Yeah, I'm going to speak slowly so Alfred can translate.
Ok, bueno, pues vamos como introducción para hablar del abuso ritual satánico.
To speak about ritual child sacrifice.
¿Cuáles son los términos que se le han aplicado a esto y cuáles han sido los primeros casos?
What the first cases of this have been and what the various terms are.
Bueno, pues esto dio comienzo en el año 1980, o mejor dicho, en la década de los 80.
One of the areas or one of the time periods to focus on is the 1980s.
Con un famoso libro que todo el mundo conocerá como Michelle Remembers, que es un famoso libro.
One of the famous books that has come out in exposing this area is called Michelle Remembers.
Todo esto está basado en el trauma-based mind control.
All of this is based on trauma-based mind control.
Cuando la CIA norteamericana instala, digamos, el mind control en la década de los 50.
After the CIA rolled out trauma-based mind control in the decade of the 1950s.
Crearon varios proyectos militares con el término de realizar abuso ritual satánico y también el control mental.
The CIA at that time created various projects to have global rituals, sexual abuse, plus mind control. That's what the CIA did.
Exacto, el primer proyecto es el famoso MK Ultra, pero después se dio... Sí, Alfred, sí.
Yeah, sigue.
El siguiente proyecto fue el de Project Monarchs en Long Island.
Yeah, there were two projects founded by the CIA at this time. One was MK Ultra. This was back in the 50s to implement this, and the other was Montauk.
En el proyecto Montauk, por lo que he podido conocer a través del director del documental, se han secuestrado niños huérfanos para rituales en la base de Montauk, en Camp Hero.
And according to our research, this is through film and others, that they have taken orphan children for the experiments of ritual sexual abuse in the Montauk project.
Y un testimonio muy importante es el de Stewart Soulord, que es un survive de Project Mountain.
¿Cómo? Sí, sí, ¿cómo se llama?
Stewart Soulord. Soulord se apellida.
Stuart Swerdlow.
Él contó que él fue...
Puedes ponerlo en el chat, por favor.
Sí, lo que no sé es cómo se pronuncia el apellido. Dejaré el nombre de Stewart.
Sí, mira, si lo escribes en el chat, ya lo sé.
Creo que será así, no lo sé. Bueno, lo dejaré ahí, Alfred.
Yeah. One of the witnesses to this is Stuart Swerdlow, who was a participant in these projects.
Fue abducido y él fue llevado ahí, pero alguien lo salvó.
And someone saved him from the ritual sexual abuse experiments that were part of the CIA Montauk projects that were part of the joint MK-Ultra Montauk project of the CIA.
Exacto. Entonces, como os estoy explicando, todo esto está enlazado porque las élites se organizan muy bien para aplicar el trauma-based mind control en diferentes lugares, y luego además ellos buscan, por ejemplo, niños que tengan el ADN del mismo componente de como ellos lo quieren para realizar ese sacrificio y poder sacarle el ADN de ellos para hacer un experimento de un híbrido.
So when they look for the experiments in the orphans for these ritual child sacrifice or ritual sexual abuse, they focus on the specific DNA of the children because the DNA is very, very important in terms of the experimental results.
Entonces, lo que ocurre es que muchas bases militares de Estados Unidos y a nivel mundial tienen bibliotecas debajo a donde realizan ritos de satanismo y tienen una famosa Biblia satánica, que es el libro que escribió Anton LaVey.
Sí, ¿dónde es esto?
En Presidio Base.
Sí,
es una de estas bases.
Okay. There's a network of bases throughout the U.S. that has underground facilities for satanic ritual child sacrifice and pedophile activities. They use various texts, including a satanic Bible by Anton LaVey, according to Juan.
Entonces, durante muchísimos años hemos tenido varios escándalos. Primero fue el de Franklin Cover-Up, el famoso caso Franklin.
There have been a number of scandals coming out of this. Oh, sorry. One of the bases was at the Presidio in San Francisco that was under the directorship of Michael Aquino. Okay, so now there have been a number of scandals, and it's from the scandals where there's a lot of information that comes out, and then there are cover-ups. And one of the most famous scandals where we know a lot is, ¿cuál es el escándalo?
El caso Franklin cover-up.
Yeah, is the Franklin cover-up.
Sí, entonces, como explicaba, en el caso Franklin tenemos un superviviente que es el señor Paul Bonacci, que...
Sí, escribe su nombre, por favor.
Paul Bonacci, sí, sin problemas. Paul Bonacci.
Paul Bonacci is a survivor of the Franklin cover-up, and because of that, we know a lot about what happened at the Franklin cover-up.
Exacto. Entonces tenemos, pues bueno, el interesante caso de Johnny Gosch, que era un chico que se perdió en un pueblo de Estados Unidos que está, me parece, en la zona de Illinois, pero si no me equivoco, el pueblo se llama algo de Des Moines, algo
Oh,
así.
okay. Pon, pon, pon su nombre.
Sí.
Cada vez que vas a pronunciar un nombre de una persona, ponlo en el chat. Then there's the case of Johnny Gosh, who's from Des Moines, Iowa.
Exacto, gracias
Yeah.
Alfred por corregirme. Entonces, la madre se relacionó con Ted Gunderson, ya retirado como agente del FBI.
Yeah, then Johnny Gosh's mother contacted Ted Gunderson, who was an FBI agent.
Entonces, un día de esos que dices, bueno, ¿cómo puede ser? Apareció Ted Gunderson en la televisión, en el show de Geraldo Rivero, algo así.
And then Ted Gunderson, the FBI agent, went on to Geraldo Rivera's TV show.
Y él comentó los casos de los niños abusados en San Francisco, y ahí estaba Michael Aquino en ese show.
And Michael Aquino was on the same show with Ted Gunderson, Michael Aquino, and was on this program.
Exacto, Michael Aquino fundó el batallón 306 de la guerra psicológica para la CIA norteamericana y para también fomentar el control mental a nivel mundial. Él ha realizado viajes a nivel mundial también para fomentarlo. Gracias.
Michael Aquino founded Unit 306, which was for worldwide psychological warfare on behalf of the CIA.
Entonces, este hombre sigue activo como coronel porque me consta además de que él ha viajado por Europa a través de la operación Gladio, que es conocido como el Stay Behind, de reclutar soldados tipo MK Delta, que es una de las divisiones del CIA, para crear atentados de falsa bandera y también grupos de psicópatas para raptar niños.
Yeah, Michael Aquino remains active as part of Project Gladio, one of whose functions is to kidnap children for ritual child sacrifice and pedophilia networks.
Entonces, esta gente, estos mismos grupos que tenían contactos en Europa, seleccionan Bélgica porque es parte del culto de Baal. En Bélgica hay un pueblo llamado Baal. Baalbejik se llamaría realmente.
Yeah, and one of the reasons why they have chosen Belgium for their activities is because there's a town in Belgium called Baal, B-A-A-L, which Peter Kling can tell you is one of the deities going back to Babylon, I believe, and is a deity associated with ritual child sacrifice. So he's Operation Gladio. Michael Aquino, the CIA, operates hand in glove with the Belgian monarchy and their secret societies for the implementation of the ritual child sacrifice there. But it's operationally part of Operation Gladio, and therefore one of the operational programs of the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency.
Entonces, en el caso Marc Dutroux, volviendo al tema, he llegado a descubrir de que muy cerca de las zonas que tenía Marc Dutroux, las casas, hay una famosa base militar, en el cual el nombre lo voy a mantener en el anonimato.
And so when one investigated the case of Marc Dutroux, who was he was like a central figure in the Belgian pedophile network that got exposed, his base of operations was right next to a military base.
Exacto. Entonces, en cada país tienen un caso Dutroux o un caso de una niña rubia asesinada en extrañas circunstancias. Y siempre es el color rubio porque es el color del sol y hacen culto a Anubis, que es uno de los dioses egipcios.
And these operations, even though that they're CIA and everything, you will find in each country, they will have a little girl who's a blonde who has been ritually child sacrificed, and she's sort of worshipped there because the blonde stands for the sun, and they worship Anubis.
Entonces, un caso tan impresionante que es increíblemente sorprendente es el caso de West Memphis 3, los 3 niños de Memphis, que lo voy a escribir en pantalla para los teleoyentes. Memphis 3.
Sí, then a big case is the case of the West Memphis 3.
Estos 3 niños aparecieron en el famoso río, aquí en castellano se le dice el río del diablo, y lo más sorprendente es que he podido analizar un poco el tema del caso y me he encontrado con que el FBI, y esto va a salir en el artículo, Alfred, hizo un estudio sobre el abuso ritual satánico y se entrevistaron con un witchcraft, que es un mago de ceremonias.
Sí, no entendí totalmente. In the case of el West Memphis 3, ¿cómo?
Sí, los 3 niños de Memphis. West Memphis 3 son los 3 niños de Memphis.
Yeah, are 3 children of West Memphis. ¿Y qué les pasó a los niños?
Los niños aparecieron ahí en extrañas circunstancias en ese famoso río.
Yeah, three of these children appeared dead in this river in West Memphis.
Y entonces se habló de que había sido un ritual satánico y habían detenido a 3 jóvenes que iban vestidos de gótico y eran 3 cabezas de turco.
And then it was said that was a ritual child sacrifice, and they arrested 3 youngsters that were dressed as goths.
Exacto. Entonces ha surgido la hipótesis de que en la humanidad ha existido un hombre que ya está fallecido, que se llama Edward Wayne Edwards, que sería el mayor asesino en serie y que habría asesinado más de 600 personas por toda Estados Unidos.
And out of this came a case of Wayne Edwards, who is one of the greatest serial killers ever, who's killed more than 600 individuals in the United States. Pero él es satánico o no?
Trabajó para la élite y él está implicado en todos los casos que ha ocurrido en Estados Unidos.
Okay, then there's this individual, Wayne Edwards, who is a serial killer who's killed over 600. However, he is employed by the elite ritual child sacrifice network of the United States, and he is the major killer in the United States and has killed over 600 ritually child sacrificed children in the United States. He's dead now.
Exacto. Comenzó su carrera en la década de los 70 con el primer asesinato que fue Elizabeth Short, conocida como la Dalia Negra.
Pon ahí su nombre.
Sí.
He started his killings in what's called the Black Dahlia case.
Exacto.
Pon su nombre, por favor.
Sí, lo estoy poniendo aquí. Alfred.
In the Black Dahlia case, Edward Wayne Edwards, pero el nombre de la mujer Black Dahlia, ponlo ahí.
Sí. Elizabeth Short. Lo estoy poniendo aquí, la pantalla del chat.
Her name was Elizabeth Short. She was ritually sacrificed in the Black Dahlia case in the 1970s, and it was the first of his 600 victims on behalf of the ritual sacrifice network in the U.S.
Bueno, Rectifico, la Elizabeth Short murió en la década de los 40.
Oh,
Luego, sí, comenta esto, Alfred, para que lo tengan de dato.
sí. Elizabeth Short died in the 1940s.
Exacto. Y luego él siguió con su carrera participando en los asesinatos del Zodiaco, de Zodiac Killer in San Francisco area, San Francisco.
Yeah, and then he continued with his career participating in the Zodiac deaths in the San Francisco area.
Exacto. Luego ha participado en otros casos, ya son muy larga la lista, pero puedo decir que participó también en el asesinato de John Benet Ramsey. También.
He was involved in the John Benet Ramsey case.
Con un sacerdote, también un high priest de la zona que habían contratado la propia CIA.
Along with a high priest that the CIA had contracted with.
Que el padre trabajaba para el complejo de la industria militar y voy a hacer mención al vídeo de Kai Griggs.
Dices el padre de John Benet.
Sí, John Benet, sí, el padre.
That the father of John Benet worked for the military industrial complex.
Conocía a George Griggs, que era el marido, ahora ya fallecido, de Kai Griggs, que es ahora la viuda de este ex coronel.
Yeah, and he knew the husband of Kay Griggs, John Griggs. Kay Griggs is now a whistleblower on the Cherry Marines, which are the Marines that are into ritual sexual abuse.
Entonces, los padres de esta niña eran como MK Delta, programados para matar, porque el padre tenía contactos en una división de la CIA muy famosa, a donde estos padres...
So that these children were designated MK Delta, that is designated to be sacrificed because their fathers had certain type of contact with the CIA and intelligence agencies and these programs.
Exacto.
Programs.
Exacto, son programas secretos en el cual ellos en cada fecha de cada mes y tengo ese calendario, ellos realizan sacrificios de humanos o de animales y a veces de bebés.
Yeah, and in this MK Delta program, they have a calendar, a monthly calendar, and on certain dates they have human sacrifice, animal sacrifice, and infant sacrifice.
Entonces, entre los lugares que ellos realizan estos sacrificios está la famosa Catedral de Notre Dame.
Among the places where the sacrifices are done is the famous Notre Dame Cathedral.
Luego está Jerusalén, las bases subterráneas.
Then there's underground bases in Jerusalem.
En Mozambique.
En Mozambique.
Luego tenemos Escocia.
En Scotland.
Luego tenemos en el mismísimo Parlamento inglés, debajo hay una base subterránea donde James Casbolt hizo mención a ella.
Okay, underneath the Houses of Parliament in the UK, there are facilities where these ritual child sacrifices take place.
Luego también tenemos pues el famoso castillo de Château de Samerois en Bouillon, que he repetido anteriormente.
¿Puedes escribir el nombre ahí, por favor?
Sí.
Then in Belgium, Huang is just writing the name here. So we have, it's the Château de Amérois in Belgium.
Exacto.
Where the sacrifices take place.
Fritz Springmeier publicó una nota a donde con el famoso investigador Robin de Ruyter, que es un holandés que habla español, cuentan la historia de que un anónimo que trabajaba en la OTAN entregó una información confidencial a donde hablaban de que habían traído un high priest, habían traído muchísima gente, entre ellos Henry Kissinger, a un ritual de alta encurnia en ese castillo.
there's a NATO informant, and this has been published by Fritz Springmeier. A NATO informant gave the guest list of a ritual sacrifice at the Chateau de Amara that included Henry Kissinger.
Exacto. Entonces, lo más sorprendente de todo esto, en la famosa película Eyes Wide Shut, el castillo.
In the movie Eyes Wide Shut,
ese castillo que ven es el de Chateau des Amérois.
The castle that you see in Eyes Wide Shut is Chateau de Amara.
Exacto. No hace falta que se haya rodado en Bélgica la escena, pero el castillo es de la misma magnitud.
Yeah, it's a chateau of that category.
Entonces, en el primer caso del abuso ritual satánico, el juez ya fallecido Anthony Scalia realizó las primeras investigaciones y él dijo, así, con total exactitud, estos son abusos de rituales satánicos porque los niños denunciaban a sus propios padres. Y eso fue lo más curioso.
¿Cómo?
Que los niños en Estados Unidos, en la década de los 80, denunciaron a sus propios padres que habían abusado de ellos al juez Anthony Scalia directamente.
¿Sí? ¿Dónde?
En Minnesota, en Jordan.
¿Puedes escribir eso?
Sí. Minnesota, sí. Jordan. Sí, ahí está uno de los primeros casos que se dio y se ha hecho.
Now, Huang is stating this. I haven't seen this case. Huang is stating that in the 80s in Jordan, Minnesota, a case having to do with Jordan, Minnesota, Antonin Scalia, the recently deceased Justice of the Supreme Court, wrote that children had denounced their parents for ritual sexual abuse.
Exacto. Entonces, eso mismo, años después, pasa en Francia con el caso Urutru. Urutru se pronuncia.
¿Puedes escribirlo, por favor?
Sí, el caso es así. Urutru. Creo que se escribe así, lo que pasa es que no sé si se ha pronunciado bien.
Yeah, and then there's another case in France, the case of Urutru, France.
Exacto, a donde habían hecho una operación de falsa bandera y habían detenido a un funcionario del sistema jurídico, me parece que era, a donde le acusaban de haber abusado a sus propios hijos y luego él fue llevado a la cárcel, pero fue encarcelado porque no había pruebas. Fue una falsa bandera, tanto de los testigos y todo.
That's where a judge was taken and accused of ritually abusing his children.
Entonces, esto ocurre a nivel mundial desde hace civilizaciones, esto no es de ahora, porque ya las tribus antiguas hacían rituales.
Yeah, this is ritual child sacrifice, as Peter Kling has said, is not only of our civilization, but has been around for many ancient civilizations as well.
Exacto. Entonces, el sistema que está ahora instalado es el sistema llamado babilónico.
The system that is installed now is the Babylonian system.
Entonces, lo que ocurre es que a nivel mundial, en las bases subterráneas hay trenes de alta velocidad que llevan bidones con niños.
Yeah, what it is that globally there are underground rapid trains that have that go, and they have cars with they have, these trains have special carriages with children in them for the sacrifices.
Claro, en la frontera de Estados Unidos a México, no, de México a Estados Unidos.
On the border of Mexico to the U.S.
Pasan diariamente camiones, llevan cadáveres, más de 400, como en un caso que ocurrió hace poco, que en México se habían encontrado más de 400 cadáveres congelados y que aparecieron así de una manera bestial.
Pero ¿dónde fueron los cadáveres? ¿En México o en Estados Unidos?
En México. Lo que pasa es que también hacen como un transporte especial y a veces hay cadáveres que no aparecen, pero pasan de Estados Unidos a México y de México a Estados Unidos para que se queden en las bases.
¿Para qué?
Para que se queden en las bases, para que puedan hacer experimentos con el ADN genético.
There's at the U.S.-Mexican border, there have appeared, for example, up to 400 frozen infant sacrifice corpses, and there's a lot of traffic back and forth at the Mexican-U.S. border of sacrificed infants that are then taken to labs for DNA experiments.
Y ahora viene lo más importante. El otro día, en una conversación con el investigador o periodista Norio Hayakawa, le pregunté si en la base de Dulce se habían hecho sacrificios de niños y él me contó que se habían hecho investigaciones porque resulta que habían desaparecido durante muchísimos años niños cerca de la base de Dulce. Y yo he visto ese reportaje.
Yeah. Now Juan recently had an interview with the investigator Norio Hayakawa, and the topic was the ET underground base at Dulce, New Mexico, and the issue was that children have been disappearing there in great numbers over time, and that has to do with underground sacrifices of children at the Dulce base, and at the Dulce base that by witnesses is a base that has different extraterrestrial civilizations, including Draco-reptilians and others.
Entonces, me recuerdo perfectamente del primer reporte que se publicó sobre el tema de los Clinton, a donde hice una investigación, y ahí pudimos descubrir que el linaje de los Clinton está anexado con los Bush.
¿Cómo?
Que el linaje
está...
Sí. Están conectados.
Anexado. Sí. Tú dices... familiarmente.
Sí, familiarmente.
Okay. As part of an investigation that Juan did for newsinsideout.com over a year ago, what came out is that the family of George H.W. Bush, George W. Bush, Jeb Bush, and others, and the Clinton family, Bill and Hillary Clinton, their bloodlines are interrelated.
Entonces, ahora estamos en la campaña electoral, a donde está el duelo entre Hillary Clinton con Donald Trump, que los dos son familias, porque Donald Trump tiene un linaje incluso alemán, Ashkenazi.
Sí. Ahora, now we're in the 2016 presidential campaign, and the two leading candidates on the Republican and the Democratic side, ¿cómo? ¿Qué quiere decir?
Sí, que Donald Trump es familiar lejano, por el tema de los linajes de sangre, es familiar lejano de los Clinton.
According to him, Donald Trump is distantly related to the Clintons.
Exacto. Donald Trump se sacó hace un tiempo de que su empresa o organización, mejor dicho, rectificó, estaba anexada a la agenda del magnate Jeffrey Epstein.
It's now come out that the enterprise of Donald Trump has been affiliated or associated with Jeffrey Epstein, who runs the pedophile rings.
Incluso una de las supervivientes comenta que en esas reuniones, voy a decir mejor reuniones que otro término, asistió el hijo de la reina Isabel II, que se llama el príncipe Andrew,
In fact, we have one of the pedophile survivors from the Epstein events commented that from the UK monarchies, there was Prince Andrew at these events, pedophile events.
Se había acudido Bill Clinton, como ya es de...
Bill Clinton was at these pedophile events.
Y ahí asistían pues muchísima gente, incluso tenemos una foto de Stephen Hawking con esta gente. Lo que pasa es que...
There's also a photograph of the physicist Stephen Hawking at the Jeffrey Epstein pedophile events.
Entonces, uno de los administradores de Bill Gates, según el periódico estadounidense, uno de estos locales, no me acuerdo el nombre, pero bueno, salió en la prensa inglesa bueno, el artículo estaba publicado en el The Mirror, hablaban de que el administrador de Bill Gates había sido pillado con un ordenador con vídeos de pornografía de niños.
Sí, and well, Bill Gates, one of Bill Gates' administrators, has been caught with child pornography on his thing. Pero tú, on his computer, pero tú hablas también que el nombre de Donald Trump está en
la lista, está en la lista de Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah, Juan has found the address book of Jeffrey Epstein, his little black book, which is online, which I've seen, and there are a number of entries there from the Trump and the Trump Organization.
Entonces, esto está en base de la programación MK Ultra, que es el Trauma-Based Mind Control, a donde programan a estas personas, y voy a citar una frase muy importante, que es la siguiente, porque esto es importante. Después de todos los abusos, los programan a suicidarse.
Now, what he's saying is that in the trauma-based mind control programs, after all of the abuses, the victims are programmed to suicide themselves.
Exacto, para que se suiciden y no puedan contar lo que ha ocurrido realmente. Diariamente.
So that they suicide themselves and then cannot be witnesses to what they watched, what they experienced.
Exacto. Hay un caso en México de una chica que es el claro ejemplo de que se está desprogramando. Se llama Gabriela Rico Jiménez.
There's a woman in Mexico who's a victim. Gabriela, ¿puedes poner su nombre? Cualquier nombre, póngalo, por favor.
Vale, Gabriela Rico Jiménez. Esta chica mexicana se dirigió hacia la calle Ocampo de Monterrey, de la localidad de Monterrey.
She was in Monterrey.
Y entonces ella, esto fue filmado en la televisión pública, y ella acusaba directamente a la reina Isabel II de comer carne humana.
And she has accused directly of Elizabeth II of eating human flesh.
Hablaba también de un tal Touriño que estaba vinculado al tema de Secretaría del Estado de México o algo así, si no me equivoco. Y entonces... Entonces, ella dijo una serie de nombres como que Carlos Slim lo sabía todo.
And she said that Carlos Slim, who's a Mexican billionaire, who's a cell phone magnate, knows all about this.
Hablaba de 3 amigos suyos que habían sido asesinados y que todo comenzó en el año 2001.
Tres amigos de Gabriela.
Exacto, sí.
Yeah, that 3 friends of Gabriela's had been murdered in the year 2001 and knows all about this.
Entonces, sabemos que en México desaparece mucha gente, pero una de las cuestiones importantes, muchas de las víctimas aparecen despellejadas, y eso es porque les han arrancado la carne para utilizarlo como alimento.
And in Mexico, a lot of the victims appear they've been skinned. That is, their skin has been taken off, and the reason for that is that they're skinned because then their flesh is used for food. That's why they appear to be skinned. Ahora, mira, ya se te ha pero mira, lo que quiero hacer es esto. I just want to go back and mention a couple of things on the 2016 race for the record that Huang has written elsewhere, because the 2016 race is very important. We have two members of the Ritual Child Sacrifice pedophilia network who are now the leading candidates for the US presidency. And that's very important. According to Huang Lankamp's evidence, pedophilia parties as part of the CIA MK Ultra circuit took part in the White House under George H.W. Bush and George W. Bush. Both George Bush Sr. and Bush Jr. participated in Area 51 in ritual human sacrifice, blood drinking, and flesh eating in ceremonies held in underground facilities as part of the U.S. military. Both Hillary and Bill Clinton, according to Huang Lankamp's evidence, have participated in ritual child sacrifice and are human blood and have been human blood drinkers. Now, with regard to Donald Trump, who is the leading contender for the Republican nomination, his company is Resorts International, and that's what he became involved in when he went into the Atlantic City casinos. According to AmericanFreePress.net, in a very elaborate article that we have access to, Resorts International was established and controlled by frontmen for the Rockefeller and Rothschild families and their enforcers in the Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, and the Satellite Intelligence Agency, Israel Mossad. And what happened is that Trump then became the front man when he had acquired the casinos and the Trump Tower, and then that's why he's been propelled since then to be kind of a TV personality, etc. But the companies behind him are CIA proprietaries, and that is, as Huang has just established, the CIA, Israel Mossad, their foundation is the Ritual Child Sacrifice and Pedophile Network. So that's why we have, institutionally speaking, two members of the institutionalized Ritual Child Sacrifice and pedophilia complex are the leading contenders for the Republican and Democratic candidacy for the presidency in 2016. I want that just on the record from Huang's testimony. Okay, Huang, I think that your time has now sort of come. Your time on the panel here. Do you have any significant points that I think that you've hit the highlights of your research? Do you have any specific point that you haven't mentioned that maybe you want to mention at this point?
Sí, es muy importante, ¿no, Alfred? Porque yo te entiendo lo que has ido diciendo y eso es lo importante, ¿no? Que lo pueda entender bien. Creo que este punto del que he dado varios casos con informaciones importantes para contar a todo el mundo de habla hispana, que son un público también muy importante, y a lo que lo puedan entender en español también, porque creo que este es el año, ¿no?, del cambio a nivel mundial y a nivel monetario, porque no olvidemos que el dinero es una falsificación. El dinero ya no tendría ni que existir. Ahora estamos hablando del plan de Nesara. El juez Anthony Scalia fue asesinado. Fue asesinado. Porque cuando apruebas un plan como el de Nesara y te dan a ti el último voto, tú dices, sí voto a favor de Nesara, entonces ahí ya dijeron, vamos a sentenciarlo en un sacrificio, porque según lo que he leído, él ha sido sacrificado. Pero sí.
Sí. What Juan says is that according to his information, Antonin Scalia was sacrificed. Now, there's been news that has been published by the officialist media, even in the Washington Post, that Antonin Scalia went to this known pedophile ranch in the company of a secret society that goes back to the 1600s that engages in pedophile activities. And the scuttlebutt on the internet is that his throat was slit by a 13-year-old male with whom he was supposed to have sexual relations. Juan, is that what you're saying, or are you giving a different story?
Puedes repetirlo en español, aquí sí que me he liado.
Sí. Mira, lo que dicen ahora aún los periódicos como el Washington Post es que Scalia fue a Texas a un rancho que se especializa en pedofilia con los miembros de una sociedad que va hasta el siglo XVI, que es una sociedad de pedofilios, y que ahí le trajeron un muchacho de 13 años y ese muchacho le cortó el cuello.
La cabeza.
Sí, y lo asesinó, ¿no? Y
Eso,
así como murió. Y eso es lo que están reportando ahora, aún el Washington Post. Ahora, ¿tú estás diciendo otra cosa?
Yo estoy diciendo que como aprobó lo de Nesara, se vengaron con un sacrificio al señor Scalia. Por eso se han negado a hacer la autopsia. Sabemos que este señor pertenecía a una sociedad secreta y se llegó a reunir en Madrid, España, con los jueces de aquí España. Hay una fotografía que está pública. Y entonces, creo que esto se llama el pacto secreto de estos poderes fácticos, ¿no? Pactos de sangre. Entonces, al juez este ya fallecido, Antonio Scalia, pues le hicieron lo mismo como él hizo con el crío. O sea, fue la misma historia.
Sí, pero mira, lo que está saliendo ahora es que Scalia era pedofilio.
Sí, pedofilio, sí.
¿Sí? ¿Tú crees eso o no?
Sí, lo están diciendo, sí, porque él incluso investigó la trama de pedofilia en los años 80 y no me parece casualidad, ¿eh? Ojo.
Sí. So what Juan thinks is that Scalia was a sacrifice by this dark occult pedophile network for whatever their reasons. And the day that he died on was an occult holiday, so it could have been. So we don't know. These are dark, and the fact that even the Washington Post, which is a CIA organ, is publishing the fact that he went to the pedophile ranch in the company of a 16th century hunting society, hint, is, they're kind of saying that there's something weird about this. So they're kind of saying that he was, that there's something strange about it. So what Huang is saying, that Scalia is a pedophile who was sacrificed by the Society of Pedophiles.
Exacto.
Yeah.
Exacto.
Okay. Gracias, Juan.
De nada, Alfred, y un placer como no, y un saludo a la gente del panel de mi parte, y los entiendo porque debe de ser intuición propia.
Okay. Juan says, thank you very much, and he sends a warm salutation to all of the other members of the panel and to the public.
Gracias.
Okay, so now we're going to turn to our other panel members, Ella and Abraham. So we're going to bring them to the fore. And do you want to present jointly? You have 60 minutes between the two of you. And I know that you have some solution-oriented material. So how you organize your material is entirely up to you, but we're all looking forward to it. I know that you have your microphone muted, Abraham, so you may want to unmute it. Just go to the, there, great.
Hi there, Alfred.
Hi there.
Hello.
Okay.
So,
yeah,
okay.
so
Here we
yeah,
go. Go on,
yeah,
Alfred.
yeah, sure. So both you and Ella present as you wish for the next 60 minutes.
yes,
Okay.
yes, we worked out.
Oh, good.
The way we're gonna do that.
Oh, good.
Well, before we start, I just wanted to mention a few things to what Juan shared with us. And when he mentioned that the victims of trauma-based mind control are not only programmed to suicide, what we witness in the case with our children, that those young victims are also programmed to kill. And just another insight. And also Juan mentioned about that the sacrificed children are being skinned for the purpose of consuming the flesh of those children. But also from our experience, I would like to mention that skin been also used to create shoes, for example, to be used in the rituals that was been happening in the church, where they perform those satanic ritual sacrifices, and the members of that cult, which is still operating, we believe, they use the skin to make shoes, and they wear those shoes with the pentagram on them. And the other thing as well, they use human skin to create garments like belt, gloves, and other items. There is actually a UK-based company called Human Leather, and they have a website, humanleather.co.uk, which is still operating, and they are selling very expensive items made of human skin. So
Wow.
just a few observations to share with you, and so I'll pass it on to Abraham, and let's start.
Yeah, thank you very much. If I could just toss this in, which I did not mention, and I think that it's in the area that you have investigated, Ella and Abraham. And that is that if in the course of your presentation, you could venture some observations on why this complex engages in ritual child sacrifice and pedophilia. What do they get out of it? Why are they doing this? That would be very instructive to understand.
Yeah.
That is, it's so foreign to our minds that we don't understand why they're doing this. And so to be able to explain to ourselves and to our audience, why are they doing this? Why do we have an elite that is doing this, and they're enrolling, their followers to do this?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Hello? Are we speaking?
Yes, yes.
Are we addressing
yes,
that?
Yes, go ahead. You go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, there are lots of reasons why they're doing it. It's part of the whole culture, but it seems that they attempt to take on the energy or the pure energy of these children and the life force of the children. But the ritual satanic abuse itself, much of it we feel is to hide the significance of the rite of sodomy, and also to create non-credible disclosures if and when survivors should speak. Now, the rite of sodomy is where they stimulate nerve endings at the base of the spine. This was popularized and promoted by Aleister Crowley. And in the rite of sodomy, where they use implements, plastic dildos or other instruments, to stimulate the nerve endings at the base of the victim's spines, they manually activate the pineal gland, which is the master gland, and which controls the psyche of the children. So there are various reasons why they're doing it, but the end goal is to create trauma-based mind control slaves for their New World Order army, to help with the implementation and the maintenance of the New World Order.
Right.
And the other thing as well, which I think is very important here, is that essentially this is a death cult that's been going on for many thousands of years. And these people gone to the extreme and sort of on the extreme end of being fearful and dreading the death. And that's why they attempt to control. They attempt to control the situation and to control everybody else.
Because they are it's a mutant fire worshipping death cult. They glorify death, they worship death, and they fear death. And this is why they attempt to cheat death through the consumption of blood and cannibalism, and the attempt to take on the energy of their sacrificial victims.
And to control the situation, to control everybody else, to control the world, is stemming from the fear, from the deeply ingrained fear.
Where are we going now? Where are we going to next?
Well, we was going to accentuate a particular aspect of what's going on, the underlying issue. We're talking the control, that they're trying to control the population with this with the program of New World Order, so this is the underlying issue, and satanic ritual abuse is a convenient and very efficient instrument to achieve the trauma-based mind control, to control the victims on individual level, because first of all, the central tenet of the satanic ritual abuse is sodomy, and sodomy is the easiest way to control the consciousness of the victim. And also satanic ritual abuse been used as as a measure of protection or to protect themselves, to create a non-credible disclosure whenever victims are coming to speak about it.
And to help to cover up and to obfuscate the fact that their end goal is trauma-based mind control slaves.
Of course.
And the manipulation of the pineal gland is a very important, a most important aspect of it. It's a central tenet of the trauma-based mind control programs, which the satanic ritual abuse helps to hide the significance of, and the pedophilia. These help to hide the significance of the importance of the right of sodomy. Yeah, because this is the quickest and easiest way to traumatize and control their victims. Yeah, via manual manipulation of the pineal gland.
And of course, pineal gland being a spiritual center of the human being, another way to call pineal gland as a gateway to spirituality, to spiritual world, and by them stimulating the Kundalini energy, which is residing at the base of the spine, they access the third eye, the pineal gland, and to grip
bind,
the consciousness,
to bind and control. Sorry.
To bind and control, and to get the control of the consciousness of the victim.
Yeah, because the pineal gland, like the third eye, is the master gland and the center of psychic awareness in the human mind. And the pineal gland physically affects every system in the human body and has the potential to determine the expansion and contraction of psychic awareness, consciousness, and the experience of divinity. And this is why their intention is to subjugate and control the pineal gland, the third eye.
And they also, by for example, by introducing the denaturated foods on the mass scale, by polluting, by polluting the water, by polluting the air, by polluting people's nutrition, diet, they tend to they tend to also I would say to put victims on the mass scale into the sleep, into the lethargy, by denaturated foods, the promoted foods, the drugs being promoted as foods, they calcify the pineal gland, and when our pineal gland is calcified, we lose our inner compass, inner guidance, inner spiritual guidance, and also by perpetrating fear, by instilling fear in people's consciousness, by creating artificially creating wars, creating those false flag attacks, so-called terrorist attacks. They instilling fear, and they terrorizing us. It's essentially, these are attacks on our consciousness.
A form of mass mind control, if you will.
Yes, and also I would like to say that while Alice and Gabriel were disclosing their experiences, we didn't realize then, but they were undergoing the process of deprogramming, and we watched layer by layer those programs being deleted, and and certain things at the time did not make sense, like like children mentioned that for 2 years they were forced and encouraged to kill the mother, to kill me. And at the time, we couldn't quite make sense out of it. It's only recently when we realized that the underlying issue here is the mind control on individual level. It started to make sense. And of course, as we researched and as we learned, for example, the issue of trauma-based mind control is well documented, and there is a lot of serious literature on this subject, studies, scientific studies, and also the psychotherapists who are working with the victims. They carrying out conferences, and they came up with their own programs to deprogram the victims, or how to deal with the program, or when victims are going through the process of deprogramming. And as Juan mentioned before, and we talked, I mentioned earlier, that the victims are programmed to protect the cult, and that's why the programs of suicide and to kill whoever comes close to the information in regards to those programs. So victims are programmed with this information, and yeah. So, is there anything else, Abraham, you would like to add to this? Or I just actually realized Abraham just called me that on his end the internet was coming back up, was acting up today. There was some cut-offs in electricity, so I would just carry on talking, I would imagine. So during this 3 weeks in August, children were essentially going through deprogramming process, and at the time we didn't quite realize or comprehend what was going on. It's only later when after children been taken and we started to research. Remember that I've been fighting in the court for almost half a year, so I've been really distracted with this, and it's only after we left the country after this this staged arrest, we've been able to carry out the research, and what we concluded is that we held a key to their deprogramming, because we both, Abraham is a nutritional researcher with the 20 years of experience and studying the subject of the looking for the solution to the health issues of humanity, and he found the scheme. He came to realization that fresh raw cannabis is the ideal food for human beings, and the essential fatty acids that are contained in the hemp seeds. This was the particular focus of his research company, and those highly volatile essential fatty acids are the raw material for the activation. System. Yes. You're here. You better explain because.
Yeah. Well done, Ella. Well, the endocannabinoid system is a ubiquitous system regulated by the pineal gland, and it's named after the plant that led to its discovery. And it's the most important physiological system involved in establishing and maintaining human health. Okay, it was discovered in 1990s, and it has a central role, strangely enough, in the extinction of aversive memories. Okay, are you with me still? Yeah, you all with me? Hello, can you hear me? Oh wow.
I can hear you. I guess
We all have
else.
our mics muted, so don't worry about it. You're good.
Okay, good.
Sí, te oigo.
All right, muy bien. All right.
Sí, estamos acá.
All right. The endocannabinoid system and the endocannabinoids, these are biological hydrolipids. Hydrolipids are water-soluble fats. So they're biological hydrolipid neurotransmitters, and they play a role in maintaining the integrity of brain function by initiating neurogenesis, which is the rebirth of new cells. So these polyunsaturated fats, these electron-rich fats, which form part of the endocannabinoid system, they initiate the rebirth or the birth of new brain cells, neurogenesis. And there's a part of the brain, it's called the basolateral amygdala complex, and it modulates memory, and it's just the endogenous, and it's an endogenous self-healing mechanism. And the hemp seeds, which are the fruit of the cannabis plant, 30 to 35% of the hemp seed is in the form of fat, and 80% of these fats are in the form of polyunsaturated fats, essential fatty acids, which are the precursors to these endocannabinoid lipid ligands. And what we're saying is that by providing the children with this nutrition, we were able to assist the children in reformatting, reprogramming, and rewiring their brains to overcome the trauma-based mind control programming. Because the pineal gland, which was being manually stimulated via the rite of sodomy, once the children were removed from this regular manual stimulation of their pineal gland, the subjugation of their third eye, and they were able to once again to activate their third eye, their pineal gland, which regulates the endocannabinoid system, they were able themselves to reprogram themselves and overcome the programming, and this is how they were able to speak.
Yes.
The brain, our brain is, carry on, Anna.
I just wanted to add a little point that also those essential fatty acids assist in re-establishing the neural pathways, and that's what you said as well, rewiring the brain and resetting consciousness clean.
Absolutely. Once the children
deleting those imposed programs.
Absolutely.
That they've been subjected to.
Absolutely, yes. If you'd like more information, we don't want to get too technical, Alfred, but as we say, these linoleic acid and alpha-linolenic acid, these are essential fatty acids that humans cannot make. We no longer have the ability to create them in sufficient quantities, so we have to get them from exogenous sources. We need to get them, and the cannabis plant is the ideal source of these essential fatty acids. Within the hemp seed, they're also found in conjunction with sulfur-containing proteins and essential carbohydrates. So the hemp seed itself contains essential sugars, essential carbohydrates, essential amino acids, and essential fatty acids. And we prepare an oil and protein emulsion, milk from the hemp seeds, and this is the way in which we introduced it into the children's diet.
And
Okay.
they've been consuming this diet as well for about 3 months intensely before they started to disclose. So it's been already it's been working for them for quite a while. And when they happen to be in the new environment, in the more relaxed, away from the perpetrators, and surrounded by love, they've been able to disclose, and that's what happened.
Yes, and they were able to eloquently explain to us many details of the abuse and the what they had experienced within the cult, within the school and the church. Yeah, and this is how we know about the baby skin shoes, the skinning of the babies. This is how we know so much about the inner workings of these cults now. And this is why the children have been removed from Ella's care, and why they're being held incommunicado from her family, because these children, they have been members of this cult from birth, it would appear. Their father is apparently a generational Satanist, and they know so much about the cult that this is why they've been held incommunicado. And the police officers interviewing them was visibly perturbed by them having disclosed, because it looks like we have no real there is no evidence of any other siblings disclosing and revealing the details of the cult to this degree. And go on.
And I just want to mention as well that remember that Alice had been withheld incommunicado by Barnett Council still, and we suspect that the programming is still going on with other children, because there are another 20 families involved. Well, we were not involved, but in this cult there are 20 families involved, and there are about 30 other children who are being subjected right now to this programming, and so it's still going on.
And the children gave evidence, testified regarding these cult members having tattoos on their pudenda and on their genitalia. So if any of the other panel members come across any information regarding the cult members having tattoos, because this information it corroborates what we've learned about Leon Britton, one of his alleged victims, a fellow named Andrew. He was interviewed by the police and some newspapers in the UK, and he drew for them a picture of the tattoo that Leon Britton had on his groin, and it matched the drawings of the tattoos that Elisa and Gabriel drew of the tattoos of their abusers. And the government, the cult, the Satanists, they are unaware of this cutting-edge nutritional information, because as I say, the endocannabinoid system, it was only discovered 25 years ago. And there's ongoing research, as we speak. But many of the scientists are unaware of the importance of the hemp seed as a source of the precursors, the raw material to provide the essential fatty acids to initiate and to support the development or the function of the endocannabinoid system. Many people are working with exogenous phytocannabinoids or synthetic cannabinoids. However, we've learned that the creation of endogenous cannabinoids is more efficient due to them being, they're synthesized on demand in the amounts and types that the human organism requires. And the use of exogenous cannabinoids can initiate antagonistic responses, particularly in victims of trauma-based mind control or those with psychological challenges. And these can result in paranoia and flashbacks. So we've found that by supporting the endogenous cannabinoid system with the essential fatty acids from hemp seeds, this appears to be the most efficacious, the most efficient, and the most efficient way to assist survivors or anyone who requires them, anyone looking to support or activate their endogenous cannabinoid system. I trust that's clear enough to the panel and to the listeners.
Could you just explain for our listeners more the terms endogenous and cannabinoid, just for their, many may not understand that.
Oh, endogenous as opposed to exogenous. Endogenous are the term literally means from within. These are endogenous. These are cannabinoids, endocannabinoid system. The endogenous cannabinoid system is a system that is within the human organism.
Inbuilt.
Yes, inbuilt
and inborn.
Right.
Yes.
It's like a nervous system, digestive system,
endocrine system,
hormone system.
Right.
And cannabinoid system is one of them, but it's the main one.
Now,
it's the main system which regulates the entire organism.
I was told that every cell has two cannabinoid
receptors.
Is that true?
Well, not every cell, cell, but the cannabinoid receptors CB1 and CB2 found throughout the CB1, I think specifically, is found throughout the central nervous system and the brain, and CB2 receptors are found generally in the peripheral organs and throughout the human body. But this is ongoing research. As I say, the endocannabinoid system was only discovered 25 years ago, and research is ongoing.
Now, could I just have a couple of follow-up questions? One is this: the legal ban on cannabinoids that happened, let's say one date that happened was around the 1930s, 1937.
1937, yeah.
Yeah. Do you think, because there are so many different levels in society, and that is that the kind of porch brethren or the mainstream may not know the esoteric knowledge that the inner levels of the Freemasons or the Masons know. And do you think that the legal ban on cannabis and hemp that went into effect in the late 30s, right before World War II, may have been initiated by the ritual child sacrifice and pedophile cults, or part of this? I'm just looking at hypotheses here.
It's difficult to know, Alfred, whether or not they were aware. You can't, it's difficult to say one way or another whether they were aware of the potential of cannabis to be their nemesis, as it were,
or antidote.
Right. To be the antidote
to their programs.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. However, we feel that they are aware now. One of the popes, I can't remember whom.
The previous one, I think.
Yeah.
Okay. Recently spoke out. Okay, he spoke out in favor of pedophilia, and at the same time was speaking out against the legalization of cannabis. One distinction we would like to make is that cannabinoids, as you said, cannabinoids in their fresh form are found in the form of cannabinoid acids, and they are non-psychoactive. Specifically, THC is non-psychoactive at normal doses. One would have to consume I think it's up to 50 times as much in its fresh form to experience a psychoactive, to have an psychoactive experience of THC specifically. Now, when cannabinoids or cannabis is consumed in its fresh form, the cannabinoids are found in a form that is known as cannabinoid acids. When they're dried, heated, or cooked, the acid part of the molecule breaks off. You lose the acid part of the molecule, and then you have neutral cannabinoids, THC neutral or CBD neutral. And these are not natural compounds. And THC neutral can be toxic, and one can experience negative side effects like paranoia at very low doses. And this is another signal to show that we should be consuming cannabis in its raw form. And this is the form in which we consume it. We are raw foodists, and we consume cannabis in its raw form. Cooked food that has been touched with fire, cooked and processed food, is one of the ways in which the control mechanism maintains control. Cooked foods are dead foods. Cooked food kills, cooked food is poisonous, and cooked food is addictive. And this is one of the ways in which they are maintaining control on the planet. As we've explained, it's a fire-worshipping death cult. This is why you have the flame at the Olympics. Prometheus was punished for bringing the naked flame on the surface of the earth. Fire produces nothing, it destroys. And theirs is a fire-worshipping death cult. Moloch, the cremation of care, all of these are fire-worshipping ceremonies. And once the general populace, this is why 2016, it's a raw year. It's a year that people will wake up to the fact that we were designed raw. We are the only animals on the planet that cook our foods. Only animals on the planet that cook our foods, and we're the only ones on the planet that commit the atrocities that we do.
And the other thing as well, sorry, just to add a few more things here, that cooked food also create sort of a short circuit to our energy field. The foods touched by flame interfering with our electromagnetic field. And the other thing as well, that's why smoking of cannabis been propagated, and to then labeled as a drug, and then to allow them to set the war against cannabis, and to completely cover and dismiss the important aspects of cannabis, which should be consumed fresh. And in this form, it's our savior, really. It's the food which allow us to function at the more optimum level for as long as we like, as long as we take care of our system correctly.
Absolutely.
And of course, it's expanding the consciousness of the consumer. It's decalcifying the pineal gland. It's supporting our inborn self-healing, self-regulating system, and the cannabinoid system. And it's essentially freeing our spirit in our mind and our body.
Wonderful. Well, very well put. And cannabis is a drug when you cook it. All foods become addictive when you cook them. Once you put fire to them, anybody who's done any chemistry at school or in universities or colleges, when you put fire on your food, you change the molecular structure and you create something that is not natural. You create an abomination. Cooked cannabis is a drug. It is a drug. But if you have it fresh and raw, then it becomes your food and your medicine.
Right. If I could just shift to a slightly different aspect, and we can go back to this aspect, but it's it's a question, it's kind of a follow-up question to what I wanted to ask you when you first began to expose the cult, and it seemed that there was sort of an interlocking police cover-up at a way. And a number of the conversations that we've been having in the quite recently, have been the role of the Masons and the Freemasons in keeping the whole pedophile and ritual child sacrifice enterprise going, because there's a way that people who are, quote, respectable on the outside can be given this specialized esoteric knowledge and engage in these horrific acts that otherwise they would be condemned to capital sentences under the law. And because the police are Masons and the judges are Masons, they all kind of slide through. And I just like to run that hypothesis by you, that one of the reasons why, one of the mechanisms that they've been able in the UK and at Hampstead to try and keep this contained from going all the way up, to Buckingham Palace, Westminster, etc., is the Masons, and that's how the Masonic structures evolved, was really to contain ritual child sacrifice and pedophile cults. Does that make any sense?
Makes perfect sense, Alfred. We found evidence to show that it's linked to the Egyptian satanic religion, from the Egyptian Book of the Dead, the Masonic connection, and the satanic connection. We'll give you the link so you can put it in the footnotes for this.
Oh, good. Thank you.
For this panel, yeah.
Alfred, if I just might chime in on this subject.
Yes, please. Yes, please, Peter.
There's one interesting scripture which is constantly just ignored, except I have seen it a lot here lately, and that's Acts, the 7th chapter, the 42nd and 43rd verse. Now, the reason why this is important is this is the disciple Stephen standing before the Sanhedrin, the high court of Israel at the time. This is in the 1st century. And he accuses the high court of being Molech worshippers. He actually quotes the prophet Amos in what he says, and I'll quote it as closely as I can. It says, and this is Amos speaking in the person of Yahuwah, or Yahweh, or God. He says, "Was it to me, O Israel, to whom you worship those 40 years in the wilderness? No, it was to Molech and to the tent of and to the star god Raphan, to whom you made sacrifices and idols to, and for that I will send you far beyond Babylon." Now, in the 1st century, those elite get captured by General Titus, and they are all taken back to Rome as slaves, most of which they buy themselves out. Most buy themselves out of slavery by the end of the 1st century. But here's the link. The link goes back to Egypt in the original Moloch, which was the Egyptian god Set, who was homosexual or bisexual, who required live child sacrifice. This is then repeated within the Canaanite cult of live child sacrifice to Baal and Molech. Molech is actually a title. It means horrible god or terrible god. And so this all revolves around the Egyptian cult of Set worship, which actually goes back, is the Babylonian version, which is what really, as somebody mentioned earlier, is what we are under now, Babylonian law. I believe it was Juan that mentioned this. And this is true. It actually ties back into the 10-day ritual funeral of Nelson Mandela, when it is, I've been trying to track this down, but 91 of the world leaders signed an agreement with an ancient Babylonian deity known as Marduk. And the only country which did not sign this is Israel. Why? Because they're Molech worshippers. Right. So there's this connection back to off-planet deities or off-planet entities that has gone on since the time of the Anunnaki in child sacrifice. Now, the one thing which was not covered in any of our discussion was the subject of Lush. Loosh, which is the actual capturing of the soul as the infant, they prefer infants, as the infant child is being bled to death by lacerations to their genitals. And they actually will tie the child on a cross upside down.
Upside down cross.
Cut the genitals and let the blood flow over the child's body and capture it. Loosh it's said that Loosh is sold on the intergalactic market as the most powerful drug in existence. So here, now here's an unbelievable connection. It's believed that Queen Victoria during the 1800s made a third of her income off of opium. And opium has been the scourge of this planet pretty much ever since. The world is experiencing a worldwide epidemic of opium and heroin, all due to the CIA's control of what's coming out of Afghanistan. And so all of this comes together. So now all the people who are involved in this child sacrifice, in child abuse, they're all extremely wealthy. Why? They sell loosh. They're all connected to interdimensionals. They're all connected to alien beings. They're all connected to high occult priests and priestesses who carry out this ritual selling of loosh, child sacrifice, and child abuse. And yes, they are essentially fear-based, traumatizing the next generation to carry on the operation. And this is what Armageddon is all about. It's to end this very scourge that is on this planet, that has been brought to us by the Anunnaki and other individual alien entities that people have come to worship over the centuries. Oh, they're gods, but gods don't exist. Wrong. We have more UFOs, more alien sightings than ever before. And why? More child sacrifice than ever before. As a final thought, the Catholic-run, these are just the Catholic-run institutions for child orphans. Worldwide, there's 8,246 Catholic-run orphanages and 11,911 children's homes. So they have a fantastic source of revenue sitting right at their gates. Now, I can't tell you what the total population is of those orphanages and of those children's homes, but between both of them, if they're being listed as separately, between both of them, you're looking at 20,000 homes, which provide, supposedly provide help to children and infants. But it's nothing more than one big cattle ranch for their sacrifices.
Absolutely, Pete. Absolutely. This connects with the social services here.
Yes.
One of their venerated, highly venerated members, Barbara Kahan. Her name is a name that was used in the 35,000 fraudulent, money laundering companies. Barbara Kahan. She was married to Vladimir Kahan, an Austrian Jew who worked for Tavistock as a child psychiatrist. And Barbara Kahan was instrumental in forming the social services. Okay, the social services here in the UK, SS. And from there, they developed residential care homes for thousands of vulnerable children. And these children were accessible to the cult. And ones who didn't have parents and the orphans, these were fodder for the cult. So yes, it all ties in, Peter. Thanks ever so much for that.
Yes, absolutely.
Go ahead, Peter.
I was just going to mention that's why when we look at this, all of these people who are involved that never get caught, they're extremely wealthy. And they've gotten wealthy on the backs of us, the individual. They've taken us in a legal form and have done nothing but make us containers for loosh. And so at their will, they can then legally, because according to the Admiralty law that we are under, which was an extension of Canaanite law, and the Canaanites should have all annihilated, we are under this law of, okay, hey, we're vessels. They just open the vessel and they sell the contents, essentially is what it is. And so that's why this whole corruption has gotten to the level of world power in which it has. It's all combined together, and they've turned us nothing into cattle. And in essence, if we look at the protocol of the learned elders of Zion, that's exactly what they call us, human cattle or goyim.
Goyim, exactly. And the louche, this blood, contains adrenochrome. Yeah, I think
and this is most powerful drug on the planet.
This is the most
which nobody talks about.
Absolutely, and what's his name? Hunter S. Thompson alluded to it in Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. It's adrenochrome, Peter. You've touched on the adrenochrome connection.
No doubt. And that's really what we've been reduced to. And we've had all of, when we look at it systematically, we've got all of academia telling, oh, well, we evolved. There's no gods. None of these aliens really exist. There's no proof of any of this. Come. They're brainwashing the public to be ignorant. And when we follow, you mentioned the Freemason connection. This is a connection that came out of the Knights Templar, which was a combination of what we have now as the Jesuits and the Zionists made up the Knights Templar. And the Freemasons, or Freemasonry, is essentially the foot soldiers or their soldiers for the elite. So that is a whole block of people, and most of them are innocent. Most of them have no idea. Most of them are just good old boys. But when they get to the 33rd degree, the ritual that they follow makes them a priest priest of Horus or of Isis. They don't, for some reason, they're not involved in Set, the worship of Set. That seems to be resolved or resigned to the Zionists themselves, who are the Set or Molech worshippers.
Well, fortunately, we have stumbled on a solution, and this solution can help all of the survivors. So, any mothers or anyone out there who has children who they suspect or they know are victims of these trauma-based mind control programs, they know that by introducing hemp seeds into their diet, by soaking them and creating a milk, if they can get chlorophyll in, if they can use greens as well, they can create an ideal plant-based blood transfusion liquid that will initiate and support the endocrine system and decalcify and activate their pineal gland and allow their children to once again connect with their divinity and their intuition and overcome the mind control programming. And this can happen not only on an individual scale but on a mass scale. So we have the solution. They're just attempting to cover it up. All right. So this, Go on, Ella.
And we're also working on sharing this information and the practical advice and the demonstration as well in the upcoming seminars. Just to mention if someone wants to learn a bit more.
Yeah, could we have you for about 10 more minutes in your segment here. Could you tell us more about the workshops and what people are going to learn, and also how to practically approach all of this?
Well, what's happened is due to prohibition, as we've said earlier, the people are communing with this holy food, but the communion is a form of unholy communion, as it were, because they're taking one small part of the plant, dried flowers, or the cannabinoids themselves in hashish, and they're communing, they're cooking it and breathing the smoke of this into their lungs, or vaporizing. But this is what we call unholy communion. We advise our clients to prepare the plant, to grow and prepare their own plants, low THC, not these high THC varieties that are used as entheogens or as drugs, if you will, or
they're hybridized, right?
Yeah, if they've been hybridized or cultivated to be high in THC, we recommend that people access wild hemp or grow low THC varieties of hemp.
Or what is called industrial hemp, which is already existing in many countries and is legal to grow.
And it grows wild. It grows wild in many regions of the world. It's also known as cannabis ruderalis, rude cannabis, wild cannabis. And we advise people to create a holistic and enjoy Holy Communion by incorporating the leaves, the seeds, and the flowers of the plant to create an ideal plant-based blood transfusion liquid.
Abraham, I have a question, if I might. Something that I've done for a little over a year now, probably close to 2 years, is I drink hemp oil, oil made from hemp plants.
All right, go on.
There's also
hemp oil from the seeds. Sorry, from the seed.
Yes.
Okay, let me
cold press.
Okay, I'll get to you with that, right?
Okay,
now,
one other question. There's also hemp milk. Are any of these products beneficial to do the same?
I'll tell you now. Okay, great question. Wonderful question. Now, none of my research in 20 years have I found where the hemp products, processed products from the seed were used by the general populace. You see, when the use of cannabis was prohibited in 1937, they did not prohibit the use of the seeds. The seeds were still available. Okay,
and still are available.
Very good. The tax did not correspond to the seed because the seeds were used, oil in the seeds. These are polyunsaturated fats. What it means is that on a molecular level, they have a different form. They have a curved form. They're like horseshoe shape because they bend, because they have double bonds, so they're able to bend. What it means is that they oxidize quickly. They're very sensitive. They're highly volatile oils. Yeah, and this is why they were used as varnishes and in quick drying paints because of their propensity to oxidize, to dry quickly. Now, this ability to oxidize quickly is useful industrially as a paint or as a wood preserve. However, it's a negative when it comes to processing hemp seeds for food. Now, we don't recommend the use of commercially processed products, because as soon as you take the seed out of its whole food matrix, because the whole seed is in actual fact, it's actually a fruit. The seed grows in two very small leaves, two tiny leaves, which are known as a calyx or a bract. Now that bract, the womb, as it were, of the seed on the flowers, every seed grows in one of those little wombs, a little coat. And that coat, that bract, that calyx contains the most concentrated amounts of the cannabinoids. And when we consume the seed, we should actually be consuming the seeds with that bract, and that way we are consuming a fruit, a whole fruit. Once you take the seed out of the bract, you lose the benefits of the powerful antioxidant cannabinoids. Okay. And when they press oils from the seed, when they press the oil from the seed, not only do we deny ourselves the benefits of the synergistic nutrients like the oil-soluble vitamin A and D, these oil-soluble vitamins, A and E, not only do we deny ourselves the benefits of these oil-soluble vitamins, and the lipase is a fat-splitting enzyme which allows us to absorb the fat on a cellular level. We also lose the protein once we press the oil. So not only do we deny ourselves the benefit of these other synergistic nutrients within the seed, but we also risk exposing the oil, to the detrimental effects of light, air, heat, and electromagnetic pollution. So we advise our clients not to use hemp oil because of its propensity to oxidize, and then what you're basically drinking, oxidized hemp oil, is drinking wood preserve or wood varnish or wood Okay.
It becomes carcinogenic.
Yes, yes, because it's so good when it's used freshly, it becomes dangerous when it's processed and it oxidizes. Yeah, and rancid fat, oxidized fats are the worst things that you can put in your body. All right. Now we've also got an issue not only with hemp oil, but with shelled hemp seeds, because a lot of the people who are providing these hemp products, hemp milk, commercially processed hemp milk, hemp oil, and shelled hemp seeds, their intentions are pure, but they haven't done their research, and they're unaware of the dangers of processing this highly volatile, wonderful food. Okay, so we share the practical advice. Were you going to say something, Ella?
Yes, Peter mentioned another product. One was oil, and another one was what?
Hemp milk.
He mentioned hemp milk, but as I
hemp
say,
milk. Well, in carton boxes, you mean? It's also a dead carcinogenic product, really.
Okay. Yeah, I've never tried it. The hemp oils. I'm curious as far as the omega-3s and omega-6.
Yeah, the omega-3 and omega-6 fatty acids. We show practically how to extract an oil and protein emulsion. That's what milks are. Milks are oil and protein emulsions, and we cannot absorb these oils on a cellular level unless they're in conjunction with these sulfur-containing proteins. Okay, so
and of course it has to be prepared fresh and not commercially prepared and put in carton boxes where it's sitting for months. And then
I can get that, sure.
Because this tree doesn't lend itself. This magical food does not lend itself to commercial exploitation.
Interesting. Yeah, I have noticed that the hemp oil will go rancid very quickly if it's not refrigerated.
And that's if it's not already rancid. Look, it's a fractured. It's not a whole food, Peter.
I understand.
It's not a whole food. It's a fractured food, and it is highly susceptible to rancidity. And we began researching full time in 1996. We formed a nutritional research company, Hemp Seed Organics, and we were the first ones to put whole hemp seeds on the shelves of the Whole Food stores in London, in Planet Organic. But they wanted us to stamp our packets of hemp seeds with the barcode, with the 666 barcode, and we would not do that. And so we parted ways, and we continued doing our research. And our research shows us that we could have put hemp seed oil on the market, and we would have made a lot of money. We could have put hemp seed oil, but our research showed, we weren't happy. We weren't happy providing this as a fractured food. We weren't happy doing that, and so we continued with our research, and we've been blessed with the information regarding hemp seed and the blood of cannabis, or chlorophyll. You see, the chlorophyll molecule. Our blood is made of two proteins, heme and globular, and heme and globular proteins. Now, chlorophyll, the chlorophyll molecule, the green blood of plants, if you will, chlorophyll and heme, the part of the red part of our blood, chlorophyll and heme are identical. They're identical apart from the central atom. The central atom in heme is iron, and the central atom in chlorophyll is magnesium, which gives chlorophyll its green color, and the iron gives heme its red color. Now, to tell people to drink chlorophyll and to replenish your blood, you will increase your blood count. However, it's not that simplistic, because as we mentioned, our blood is made of two proteins, heme proteins and globular proteins, hence the name hemoglobin. And the best source of these globular proteins happens to be hemp seeds. 30% up to 35% of the seed is protein, and 65% of which is in the form of globular adenosine. Now, globular adenosine was the most studied protein in its molecular weight class prior to prohibition. It's an ideal protein for building a reservoir of immunoglobulins, our cellular mediated immunity. And when we extract an oil and protein emulsion with chlorophyll and the hemp seeds, we create an ideal plant-based blood transfusion liquid which supports which supports our immune system, our cellular mediated immune system, and something known as a chemically mediated immune system by establishing an alkaline body chemistry. But that's something else. But good questions, Peter. What we advise you to do is to join our free seminar once we give the dates out. Come and join our free seminar, and we'll show you and others how to embrace this ideal food, this perfect food. It's the only non-toxic food on the planet. Humans, we are not carnivores. We are not carnivores. We're not carnivorous. We're actually cannabisivorous. We're not carnivores. We are gungivores. And this information and this scourge, the ritual satanic abuse scourge, it seems that an irresistible force has met an immovable object, and this is not a war. This is an awakening. And this blessing of the information regarding the benefits of cannabis for initiating and establishing and supporting our endogenous cannabinoid system and clearing our third eye so that we can all see quite clearly. This looks like you're right, Juan, that 2016 could be the year. And well, thanks to all the other panel members.
I would like to raise my hand for the free seminar.
Oh, you know you're invited. You know you're invited.
We're preparing two types of seminars. One is called How Fresh Raw Cannabis Can Prevent and Delete Mind Control Programming. And the other will be, well, the working title is The Secrets of Eternal Youth, Accelerated Rejuvenation, and Optimum Nutrition. So those seminars will be available from about, the information and the dates will be available on our website, rawhempstars.com, and the seminar on deletion and prevention of the mind control programming is we're gonna mention about in a few days' time, I would imagine, on hempsteadcoverup.com. So just those of you who would like to join, you are very welcome.
You know, I just noticed, and perhaps you all have commented it for a long time, that in the sort of cosmic design of things, here you have the name Hampstead. So you have Hampstead Cover-Up, and you have Hempstead Cover-Up. All very close. And until Ella mentioned it, I hadn't connected Hampstead with Hempstead, but it's the result of your presentation is the integral connection of the two.
The metaphysics of this case are they surprise us. It really is all quite yeah.
But the name of Hampstead also derived from hemp. You mentioned before, no? They've been growing hemp in that area.
There are many regions in the UK have grown hemp. They've grown hemp, like Southampton, Northampton, Wolverhampton, Hemel Hempstead. But we're not quite sure. We're not quite sure about Hampstead. But we do know that Abraham Stoker, who wrote Dracula. He was a resident of Hampstead. That we can be sure of.
And the other thing as well, that this information on Hampstead nutrition is not on one hand, it is a cutting edge information on nutrition. However, hemp seeds been consumed by the humanity for centuries. In ancient times, it's been grown and cultivated and respected by Chinese, by Indians, and all around the world.
It's nothing. It's not new. The information that we're sharing, it's just we're just having scientific confirmation of it now. So have a look, Peter. Have a look into the benefits of essential fatty acids as the precursors to the super polyunsaturated fats of the endogenous cannabinoid system. As I say, it was only discovered 25 years ago, and the cult, the governments, the Vatican, they're unaware of this cutting-edge information that cannabis can prevent and delete trauma-based mind control programming. And so we'll see where it leads from here.
I love a seminar that's got an answer at the end.
Yeah, you bet.
It is wonderful. Well,
like seven, we're solutionaries. You know, we're looking for solutions. It's one thing to know the problem. It's one thing to know the problem we're facing, but you know, it's something else to have a solution.
Absolutely,
a solution. Well, Ella and Abraham, we've come to the end of this segment. Do you have anything that you particularly wanted to raise that you feel you have not raised?
I would say that it keeps coming up, this phrase, fear is the mind killer, and it's important to dismiss the fear and to awaken to the fact that these atrocities that now coming out to the surface and becoming visible is also there to show us and to encourage us to recognize our human qualities and to make our choice and to change the direction as humankind.
We should take the example. We should follow the example of Elisa and Gabrielle, who fearlessly and courageously, they knew what they were facing. They knew they could potentially, you know, end up back in the clutches of the cult, and they fearlessly exposed and disclosed the secrets of the cult. So yeah,
let's
you know,
become fearless.
Absolutely, we encourage them to do this, but you know, they were brave enough to do it, and this is why we'll never stop. We'll never stop them. We'll never stop fighting for them.
And also, our motto for now is the state-sponsored
trauma-based mind control
stops here.
Yeah.
And free the children, free the hamster too, and free the hamster children, and free the world's children, free our children.
And thank you ever so much, Alfred, for convening this panel.
Oh yes,
Thank you.
I just wanted to ask this. I know that it may be relatively late in the time zone in which you're located, so feel free to just leave the panel, understandably, at any point that you feel you have to.
That's very kind of you, Alfred. But we'd like to stick around to listen to
good.
Peter. And
it's going to be recorded,
great.
Right? It's going to be recorded. So
yes,
if we do drop out, we're going to be able to listen
good.
to it all.
I just wanted to give you the option, you know, not to feel, because I know
Thank you,
that
Alfred.
it's
muy amable. Muchas gracias, Alfred. ¿Qué, Juanito?
Gracias.
Amigo. Sí, va bien.
Sí, vamos bien. No, yo apoyo la causa de Hamster. Hay mucho encubrimiento de por medio y los niños, como dicen el juez, la palabra de un menor es totalmente la verdad. Y no se puede poner.
That's right. The word of a child. Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. Well, now we're going to go to the other side of the planet. To, as they say, down under.
Yeah.
to Australia and Eilish. So welcome onto our panel center stage.
Thank you, Alfred, and thank you to the other panel members for your very fine quality presentations and your first-hand and well-researched accounts of what's going on this global epidemic of human sacrifice, dating back millennia, as we mentioned, to Baal, to Belial in Atlantis. In fact, this is, Saturn, for example. There's a Saturnian cult as well. Peter Kling's spoken a lot about that in previous presentations. And Saturn is the god, the creator god, that it creates and destroys and eats his own babies. So we're seeing it right there in the archetype of who Satan is, or the Temple of Set. And we were talking about Colonel Michael Aquino before. He's the founder of the Temple of Set, but he's also in the American military. You know what I mean? Like, so we're talking about across the board pan-institutional military, church, political structures, and dating back over and over and over again. I mean, how you and I came to work together, Alfred, through the Canadian residential schools, mass graves. It's been going on there as well, and that issue hasn't gone away. I believe that Kevin Annett was controlled opposition, and we must continue flying the flag. So with seminars and panel discussions like this, we continue to work for what all motivates us, which is the kids that are still in cages. I have a source in particular who belongs to an intelligence organization that was watching the billionaires' yachts come into a specific Canadian harbour carrying some of these children. Also, fully armed and equipped military helicopters transporting some of these children. And the same intelligence personnel told me that the children are also being transported by submarine. Now, that's just an example, and this is not including what's going on with the test tube children and the transhumanist children that are being crossbred with animals in the underground research laboratories. Now, and what was mentioned before was loosh, also known, by other names. Now, adrenochrome is that product on the black market that we mentioned before. It's extracted by a dying, terrorized human, and I just wanted to go and expand a little bit into that, because what was mentioned in what was loosh was material extracted from the genitalia, but adrenochrome in particular, as I am aware, is more extracted from the back of the neck. Now, a lot of extraterrestrials don't have the facility of experiencing human emotion and the depth of human emotion like we do. And you can correct me if I'm wrong, Alpha, because you've done so many years in exopolitics. Now, I found something here in my research. The awareness indicates that adrenochrome is a kind of ultimate drug for their cosmic connections and can be marketed on other planets, with other terrestrials paying higher prices in exchange for this. The adrenochrome basically allows extraterrestrials who normally feel no emotion to have emotions. This awareness indicates that it is a very rare drug and a very rare experience for many of these entities. It's extracted from the base of the skull of the human at the moment of death, after the human has been thoroughly terrorized, so that the adrenaline flows to the brain prior to the moment of death, so that the alien or the extraterrestrial can extract the adrenochrome from the dying, terrorized human. The injection of this substance in a diffused amount into an extraterrestrial of the type that does not normally experience emotions can give them the rush of terror, the rush of emotion, which they may never experience at any other time in their life. And thus they see this as something extremely valuable to them. and it can be used as a commodity to buy or trade other substances or other favors or for bribery. So this is an intergalactic issue. It's not only a planetary issue of a black market substance traded amongst our elite. We're seeing that this stuff is also traded off planet. And this then is key evidence in the fact that some of these rituals that are being conducted have a non-human component to them. And we've spoken in previous presentations about the archons that are even above the reptilians. So, you know, feeding off the human emotions of mass killings and wars and the terror of human sacrifice. So we're seeing the non-human component here. So this is an attack on humanity. Now, using adrenochrome as a commodity, like a bartering or an exchange instead of money. Imagine that they use this for bartering amongst other cultures in the galaxy. So we must have something very special within us that can contain human emotions. And I think this is one of the reasons for the transhumanist agenda and the robotization of the human and the destruction of the human DNA through, you know, fluoridation and fracking and HARP and all those attacks and the black goo and everything that's going on. Some of the people that have previously presented, such as Sarah from the Super Soldier Summit in Miles Johnson's base's interviews, also, and she was a test tube baby, and her parentage is Queen Nefertiti mixed with a French Rothschild dynasty DNA. And she spoke about being injected with black goo. So we're seeing this cross-contamination of alien stuff coming into humans and human stuff being injected into extraterrestrials. So we're seeing that there's this real, you know, cross-pollination, if you like, in a really sick way with what's happening. So that, you know, and in my previous interviews with Eva Moore, former Navy SEAL or current Navy SEAL 9 member Bill Brockbrader's wife, she and I did a presentation on the loyalty ritual. Now, the loyalty ritual involves, now this is how they get the elites' loyalty, by kind of cornering them and you know, with things like the snuff film industry. With the loyalty ritual in particular, what Bill Brockbrader was explaining, and Eva was explaining as well to me, was that they get like a high-class escort, and they get her over to one of these mansions where one of these human sacrifices are conducted, and then they have to basically make their own hole in that human's body, and usually this is done while the woman is still alive, and they have to use this hole to the fullest extent and demonstrate their satisfaction. And Bill was mentioning that he was going to go after the perpetrators of this, not so much the participants who've been roped into this, but the organizers of this, which is why he has given this reason of why he's gone AWOL. Now, in terms of the Navy SEALs, from what I have learned through my long-standing friendship with Eva, is that all Navy SEALs are recruited, and one of the criteria in which they're recruited is that they have had to have been molested at a very young age. This makes them easily programmable. Once they're fractured at their base chakra, they're fractured and they're disassociated and they're traumatized. And all Navy SEALs, according to Bill and Eva, and Bill himself, were molested as children. Now, going on with the military story, the military prisons in Iraq and Afghanistan, they participate in boy love and in man love days, in which that, like Boy Love Thursday or Man Love Friday or something, and they participate in gay and pedophilia sexual activities in which children are provided in military prisons. And these are young Muslim children that are captured by Israeli and US forces. Now, these particular Muslim children are thus traumatized, and therefore these children are further raised as broken children and then recruited and programmed. So we're now witnessing the programming of a whole bunch of militarized, raped in military prison, young Muslim disenfranchised men. And now look at what's happening with some of these traumatized, abused, military age, fighting age men that are of Muslim origin flooding into Europe as Angela Merkel, Hitler's daughter, is opening the floodgates, and other countries are opening the floodgates to these young military and fighting age Muslim men. And we're seeing the rape of women. I mean, but rape, you know, it's not unknown that rape is used as a war crime. This is a global epidemic, and it spans every single umbrella. Spoke of the umbrella in terms of anything that governs us or rules us. Royalty, Hollywood. I mean, there. You know, to even get into the British Parliament, you know, it would be easier to count, if there is one, who isn't a pedophile, rather than to count the pedophiles that are in the British Parliament. In fact, I heard that you can't even be a British MP without, you know, going through one of these pedophilia elite rituals. Now, 60 Minutes, an Australian 60 Minutes program, both in 1989 and recently in 2015, have produced quite in-depth investigative journalist productions on the satanic ritual abuse and of children, and have invited some of these young people and these survivors and witnesses to come on and speak about their rituals. And they've spoken about terrible things. And in terms of I'm sorry, I'm kind of jumping all over the place because I want to give a bit of an overall, you know, look about what's actually going on. I think you're muted, Alfred. Now, you know, this is not isolated by any case. Now, when we're looking at politics, for example, who's in politics at the moment? I know we've spoken about the Clintons and people like that, but Barbara Bush herself is the product of a union between Aleister Crowley, the beast himself, and obviously Barbara Bush's mother, who was a priestess in one of these rituals, and she was made pregnant. The man who raised Barbara Bush is not her biological father. There's a lot of orgies, there's a lot of sexual stuff, because what they do is they try and blackmail these people. They get them on film. so that they can be easily controlled. So we've spoken a lot about the problem, and it's going on here in Australia, as I mentioned in my introduction. We've got currently going on right now today, and has been for a while, is the Royal Commission into the institutional responses to child sexual abuse. So we're currently having a Royal Commission, which is being sponsored by the Australian government. I'll be really interested to see the findings, and we should keep an eye on the findings of that Royal Commission, because I think it's a good barometer to the response of the mainstream, of the governing, of the elite. Like, I can't hear you, Alfred.
I think that it's an extraordinary synchronicity that on that on Leap Day, that is, today is the day out of time for the Western calendar, namely February 29th, 2016. This is the day that women are allowed to propose to men. By the way, it's called Sadie Hawkins Day. But anyway, so that committee is going over there on this day, on the very day that we are holding our first panel to rekindle. You know, it's like the phoenix from the ashes.
Yeah.
We were left from the ashes of, whatever happened back then, more than a year ago. And now, moving forward, Huang has a very, very interesting twist on it. It's, it's kind of triple level thing.
I listened in. That's very good information.
Yeah. So, but I just wanted to point out the amazing synchronicity that on the day out of time, the Western calendar, February 29th, leap year, we have this synchronicity, and hopefully this is a positive augur that our whole enterprise and our movement is back on track. So I just wanted to say that.
Yeah, I hope so, because I didn't want this issue to go away just because, Kevin and Annette
right.
had proved to be a bit.
Yeah, sorry, no, but please go on. You're giving a very powerful and amazing presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. So going back to the Royal Commission, we've had a very slippery fish in and by the way, Pisces rules today being the day out of time on February 29, and the slippery fish of the day, I think, is right about caught in the net right now, because Cardinal George Pell, who was trying to dodge this any way he could to answer to the Royal Commission, is now, they said, okay, so you're too sick, according to your doctors, to fly back to Australia to answer to the Royal Commission as to why you didn't take any of these witnesses' testimonies, and because of that criminal solicitanus, that policy that they had, the priests had, with not taking it any further. Well, he now has to answer to the Royal Commission via satellite link from Rome. So here he was hiding in the Vatican, and now they've got him. And I'm really impressed for the first time in a very long time. I'm really hard to impress with anything the Australian government does anymore. But I'm really impressed with their attempt at trying to, have some sort of disclosure. What happens in terms of, what happens from the results and the findings of the Royal Commission will be very interesting to watch. And please keep an eye on it. As I said, it's going on at the moment. And, for Australia, which is very much a now it was originally a black country and now a British colony. It's really interesting. It's something to keep an eye on. Now, I mentioned Eva Moore before as Bill Bruckbrader's wife. Now, I first came in touch with her when Bill first came out in 2012. And one day Eva was inspired to contact me, and she asked me something that was really interesting, and I had a bit of a look at it in my own healing practice. And her question was, are these people that are sexually, ritually abused, is there a risk of them becoming possessed, like having an entity overlay? Do they become possessed? Do they become riddled with entities? Now, basically, here's my response in a nutshell from all my work with removing entities on my own healing table in this very temple within which I sit, that I work in. Okay, so we'll take the account of an old priest versus a young altar boy, okay? So the old priest has been ritually abused as part of the, ongoing initiations into the priesthood. They all practice sodomy. So whether he was infected by this parasitic demon as a child, and then he grew up to become a perpetrator. Now, I'm not suggesting for a moment that every single child that is molested by one of these things grows up to become a pedophile, but there is a program and they are high risk. They're high risk. It's not a guarantee, but there's a high risk. Now, in terms of demons and entities, and this is my take on it from my years of healing. So an entity that's attached to the old priest wants to perpetuate its immortality, but the old priest's life force is fading. And so in order for the entity to perpetuate itself and to blob off and to continue its immortality, so to speak, it goes from the old priest and a fraction of it blobs off into the young boy, or the altar boy, for example, or the schoolboy or whoever that he is molesting. It's like planting a seed. You're muted again, darling. I
was just having an aha moment because as being raised Roman Catholic, I was an altar boy.
Were you molested, Alfred?
I was molested. I'm your test case. I was molested as a child. I was an altar boy. My uncle was a Jesuit, the deputy black pope. So it's like I'm a soul that came in to go in through the high radiation zone and emerged whole.
You're one of the children of the light that have been born into one of the darkest families, hey?
Something like that, and it's cannabis that has helped get through it.
Yeah.
So I can verify that.
Yeah. So
carry on.
This is how this demon perpetuates its immortality, generation to generation. So, and I see this with the AIDS virus too, although that's, we know that that's manufactured and stuff, and that's another story. But I've meditated upon the pedophile demon, and I've meditated upon the AIDS demon, and very much in terms of the typology and the psychology of these immortal entities, they have this propensity to want to replicate themselves in another and in another and in another. And this is why through the sexual union, because it's such a deep connection, it's such a holy communion, it's the most sacred act, it's that they connect and then they branch off. So anybody that has been molested, such as your good self, Alfred, or anyone listening, I highly recommend that you go and see a good white light worker, you know, a healer, a Reiki master, a kinesiologist, somebody who has had years of experience in entity removal, because these things can be deprogrammed. Kinesiology is wonderful. Cannabis, as we spoke about, you know, with the oil and the hemp seed oil and everything, is another very good way, because cannabis is actually a higher frequency than what the reptilians can manipulate. So it puts you in another frequency. And once you're out of their range of frequency, they can't touch you. This is the power of entheogens and why they're trying to calcify the pineal gland, because we've got a divine God molecule within us that is a God spark given to us. And this, and you can imagine, this is like, you know, we spoke about adrenochrome being traded in the galactic black market. You know, what we've got within us is royal, is very, very divine and special. And this is why we're so invaded and so manipulated and so attacked by these off-planet and on-planet and hybridized entities. So it's there's one of the solutions I wanted to talk about, apart from cannabis therapy, Reiki, light work healing, you know, getting healing, is I would like to, if I had unlimited funds, to establish trauma recovery centers around the world where these things take place. One of the places I'd really like to establish a trauma recovery center is Hampstead, you know, Canberra, Vatican in Rome, Vatican City in Rome, hotspots where these, in Washington, where these things are really, really, you know, taking place, Denver, you know, and have specially trained light workers, psychotherapists, kinesiologists, raw cannabis juice, you know, and, you know, people that can set the path onto healing, because we can talk about the problems till the cows come home, but we really want to talk about solutions as well. And so trauma recovery centers are one of the things I'd like to talk about, and to resetting this positive timeline and really getting us back on track with our human evolution and our spiritual evolution, because it's one of the ways that we can move beyond this. This, you know, in terms of biblical references, and Peter Kling's talked a lot about the Bible, and I love your work, Peter. I'm so privileged to be on a panel with you. This is the time of the great revelation, and these are the revelations. We're seeing it in our own government with the Royal Commission happening here in Australia at the moment. They're probably revealing really, really uncomfortable things, because public submissions have been sought. So it's like a free-for-all. Anybody that's been abused by teachers, by priests, by foster care, by child protection, by the police, by military, by whoever, whatever institution you want to name, schools, elite schools, public schools, you name it, hospitals, they're all invited to come forward and give names and dates and everything, and everything's been put out on the table. I mean, I'm so thrilled with what's happening in terms of, you know, finally with something that's happening in the mainstream. I just don't want it to be anything to be swept under the mat, like with the 911 inquiry. You know, I don't want it to be ineffectual. I don't want it to fizz out. I don't want it to just crash like a lead balloon. I really want to be able to fly this, and I really want to see some transparency with the submissions, where we can actually, you know, gain information, maybe through the Freedom of Information Act or something, to these public submissions that have been put before the Royal Commission into you know, these allegations of child sex abuse, because, you know, it's a global phenomenon. I mean, I saw one statistic 50,000 German kids go missing every year. I don't know how many tens of thousands of American children go missing every year. We've got the systematic institutionalized abuse of foster children in the Australian foster care situation. This is so full on and so extensive. We're seeing the complete proliferation of the kakistocracy. Kakistocracy meaning K-A-K-I-S-tocracy, meaning that we are now being governed by the least of us, the least qualified, instead of a meritocracy in which people of noble nature, people that are taken vows of service to humanity, people who are here to heal and to inspire and to create and to expand and to help humanity evolve. We're being ruled by the least of us, the weakest links. And the most perverted, this is like Sodom and Gomorrah of
it's actually worse. To support your numbers, 750,000 children go missing every year. Approximately 250,000 are found recovered. Most of them are taken by parents or other family members, but 500,000 children a year vanish, never to see a trace from again, every year. So we are at this juncture where our children are literally being sacrificed to off-planet aliens, and that is one of the technicalities of the whole war of Armageddon, is to remove the off-planet aliens, well, the ones that are on planet too, and to destroy their infrastructure once and for all. And people think it's the end of the world. No, it's not the end of the world. It's the end of this world of evil that is coming. And that's where we are. There's to be totally honest, and this is something that you had mentioned earlier, Alicia, is that we have the ability, once we move out of the beta operating state of the mind, where fear and the fight and flight responses, all you have to do is just move over a little bit into alpha. Once the brain slows down into alpha, these things have no control over us. That's where we actually can start to draw our own power from, and we can control these entities once we know what to do, even after we've been abused. They have no power over us except for what we give them. And that's why it's all fear-based. If they can keep us in fear, we're in a reactionary state. Drop out of the fear, go down to alpha or theta, and we have enough power that we can't destroy them, but we can defeat them. We can chase them away, and we can drive them from us. Even a child can do it, once they know what to do.
Sí. Alfred quería comentar una pequeña información.
Yeah, Juan wants to share a bit of information.
He entendido todo prácticamente y eso es muy importante. Y bueno, quería decir, cuando ella ha hablado de los militares y de todas estas guerras que han ocurrido en Irak, en Afganistán, no olvidemos el caso de Bosnia-Herzegovina en la década de los 90. Sí.
Yeah, she says, yes, when he's saying that when Eilish has spoken about the wars in Iran and Iraq, we must not forget the war in Bosnia-Herzegovina as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
Entonces hay un caso de una whistleblower, se llama Kathleen Boylack.
There's a case of a whistleblower, Catherine Boylack.
Voy a dejar anotado. Kathleen Boylack, algo así se apellida. Boylack.
Okay.
Sí, bueno, cito la película, se llama Whistleblower. Whistleblower.
Sí.
Whistleblower. Sí, lo voy a dejar ahí escrito para que no me salga bien. Porque entonces, en Bosnia hicieron la propia ONU, los cascos azules, que es una división de la ONU, tráfico con las mujeres de ahí, esclavitud en el K1.
What they did is they had the UN Blue Helmet were doing the child trafficking there. The UN Blue Helmet peacekeepers were the ones that were in charge of the MK Ultra child trafficking in Bosnia-Herzegovina.
Eso es todo, Alfred. Gracias.
Yeah. Now, that's to me, that's like a definition of hell. I just wanted to state that. Okay.
Yeah.
Over to you, Alish.
Yeah, so I'm being Hungarian of nationality. I'm aware very painfully about what happened around 1990 in Bosnia-Herzegovina. My mother was visiting there in that very country, the former Yugoslavia at the time, and I was actually a performer on stage for the feminist writer Eve Ensler's Vagina Monologues, in which one of the monologues that she presents was the testimony of a woman who was subjected to rifle butt rape, and it was a really, really painful monologue for one of the women performers to actually do that monologue, because there was a whole bunch of women who were raped by rifle butt and had their children, unborn fetuses, cut out of their tummies, as a war crime. I mean, it's pure Saturnalia, isn't it? You know, tossing children against walls that are unborn. It's going back to our mistreatment of children in particular. There's also the same source that told me about the military helicopters and the submarines and the billionaires' yachts and child trafficking also told me that in Saudi Arabian sheiks buy young blonde-haired, blue-eyed or blonde-haired and green-eyed girls under the age of 5 for like $1.5 million a child, for child brides, for concubines, for and look, they have many wives, right? So that some of these children are being purchased for that reason. So the child trafficking goes on and on. Now, being a natural, just going across to some of the high-profile cases, we mentioned John Benet Ramsey before. I wanted to talk a little bit about my feelings on Madeleine McCann's disappearance. And in particular, as a natural therapist, I've studied iridology. And iridology, the study of iridology, is the study of the iris, which is the color around the pupil of the eye, for people who don't know what iridology is. And there's maps like reflexology charts, but they're of the iris, and it's like a clock, right? And the left and right eye are slightly different. And the part of the iris that Madeleine McCann had, that black stripe that was really, really highly promoted in the media, is the abdominal lining, and it's toxicity of the abdominal lining. Now, for a child of that age to have toxicity of the abdominal lining, it means that there's been prolonged exposure to some sort of toxicity. I would suggest that it was some sort of sedative or other toxic substance that was given to this child. Now, I would even suggest so far as it wasn't what the media reported, that something went on, and that Madeleine there was some prolonged abuse with Madeleine. Something really shady went on there. You just have to look at this kid's iris to see that she was highly toxic in the abdomen region. It makes you wonder, doesn't it? You know?
Right.
why this organ is diseased at such a young age. So, you know, why were they poisoning or sedating Madeline? For what reason? Were they already raping her at a very young age? That's just a question I'd like to put out there.
No. Well, you know, also, this may seem very odd, but it's a comment that I'm going to make because it has to do with how these ritual sacrifices are planned, and you know, the kind of the loosh factor and the broadcast factor. And it's a concept that we started using in back in the 1980s to describe it, called managed news. And what they did is they took the JonBenét Ramsey and they ran it for wall-to-wall managed news on CNN and all the news stations all the time, and they locked in the collective consciousness on that. So that they harvested that. You know, like right now they're harvesting Donald Trump, you know, or that kind of thing. But they sacrificed JonBenét Ramsey, and then they harvested it through the repeated news broadcasts that we call managed news. So it's like this. That's how the media is used. That's the plasma-based AI, artificial intelligence factor going on as well. You know, which is the off-planet influence. I think, which relates to, you know, there's some AI factor in there.
Yeah, also. Definitely. We've spoken at length about the AI agenda. Alfred,
exactly.
To look at Hack the Black for more information.
Exactly.
Yeah. Juan, you wanted to say something?
Sí, Alfred, mira, hablando de JonBenét Ramsey, toda esa cobertura que se le dio, el otro día de causalidad encontré una camiseta con el pentagrama satánico y la foto de JonBenét Ramsey.
Yeah, so that Juan was saying that he was examining just a couple of days ago a T-shirt, and the logo on it was a satanic pentagram and the photo of JonBenét Ramsey. So.
Well, makes one wonder whether she was satanically ritually sacrificed, doesn't it?
Oh, there are all sorts of connections to George H.W. Bush and George W. Bush and JonBenét Ramsey. So I think that it goes, she was the blonde goddess sacrifice for the Bohemian Grove set that then was run on managed news on CNN and on all the TV shows for that year, and that was all worship of JonBenét, and she was the goddess, or the sacrifice to the goddess. That's what that was.
Yeah. And so many whistleblowers now have come forward and witnesses. I mean, we've seen the testimony of Kathy O'Brien, although I do have my concerns about her CIA handler and how much he's involved with her information dissemination. We've seen Arizona Wilder come out with David Icke. And we've seen, you know, Ted Gunderson make his presentations, former FBI boss, you know, and bring people forward as well. So we're seeing, you know, multiple decades within our own lifetimes of people, you know, 70s, 80s, 90s, and the 2000s now coming out about this stuff. But Alfred, as the judge of the Kuala Lumpur War Crimes Tribunal, and being that this is a war against humanity and the very soul that inhabits within, why are these people seemingly immune from prosecution? I mean, I know that
you know, they're, because the legal system has been compromised, because the prosecution is practically you're prosecuted by some international or national court, and they're all compromised.
They're all compromised.
Yeah. So what we're doing here is we're restart. What do you do when you restart we're rebooting the legal system right here on leap year, on leap day, February 29th, 2016. We're rebooting the system right here and now.
Congratulations. Congratulations, my friend.
Yes. You know, I was just looking at John Benet Ramsey's pictures, and she's got a little black line under her left eye.
Oh,
just
she
right
has
edge,
too.
right at the edge of the iris. And I am familiar with iridology, but
Yeah,
right at the bottom.
Interesting.
She's got that
correlation, but because Madeleine McCann's iris mark was such a big factor in the press reports, I didn't notice John Benet's. But thank you, Peter, for picking that up. So we're seeing that
pelvis. It's actually both the pelvis and the abdominal wall area that she's got that little black mark right at the edge of the iris. It doesn't go all the way through, but right at the edge on the left eye.
Yeah, and the left in Chinese medicine is the feminine, the mother. So yeah, it's often being pelvic. I can just imagine what happened to her. Now a lot of these kids, when they're born into these, like with Alyssa and Gabrielle, a lot of these kids are witness or participants in these satanic ritual activities. Some of them are actually drugged. Now, you may remember the testimony of Svali, and she's actually gone on to make a few other. She's written a book, I believe, and she's also come on and done a few more radio interviews. Svali, Svali for researchers, and she spoke about the satanic ritual child sacrifice that happened in the catacomb of the underground in the Vatican when she was just 12 years of age. And she mentions a 3-year-old boy that seemed to be drugged because he was heavily sedated. Now this correlates with Abe and Ella's children, Alyssa and Gabrielle, who also speak about babies that are injected and sedated before their sacrifice, probably because kids make a lot of noise, right? If they're being tortured. And it may be distressing for some of the participants. We're seeing that the use of barbiturates, sedatives, is a part of the satanic ritual abuse, which is why I think these kids like John Benet and Madeleine are showing these toxicology, prima facie evidence. It's pretty shocking. I'm admin for Expose the Ring on Facebook group, and it often turns my stomach to upload the articles on a daily basis because it's a pretty tough topic. So I have to go away and think of something nice and do something nice, in order to maintain my light and to come back. And I encourage anybody who's struggling with this topic, but struggling to come to terms with it, to just feel free to pause, to reflect, to walk away, to pray and meditate and do something nice, get out in the garden, walk barefoot, swim in the ocean, eat raw vegan food. Just do something nice for yourself, because it is a pretty heavy topic. And I don't think anybody wading into this topic is going to come out unscathed or untraumatized. So, we all need to continue with our own healing, or talk to a therapist if you're struggling, or if this is triggering any memories or any recovering memories for people who may not have even realized that this has happened to them until perhaps watching something like this. Because some of these memories are locked so deeply in the human mind which is compartmentalized through the fracturing of the trauma that is created through these activities that they themselves don't even know. And these are like recovered memories. Like the mother that came to me, she came to me and she said, Eilish, I want you to save my soul. Now, she came to me, I said to her, what would you like? And she said, I don't know if I need a healing or a reading. And I said, well, what is it? What's your thing? What's going on for you? And she said, I want you to save my soul. Now, I've had a lot of people on my healing table, but no one's ever said that. So, alarm bells immediately rang. I said, well, what's going on with your soul? Like, what could possibly be going on? And she said that she was married into and part of a multi-generational cult that was actually exposed on 60 Minutes Australia back in the late 80s, known as The Family. And she was one of the survivors of that. And she spoke about that she had an arranged marriage with another generational cult member, and these kids are now being ritually abused by dad and grandpa. Now, and this is an ongoing situation happening locally. And anyway, and I said, how do you stay in this situation, and how did you come to know about this, and what was the sequence of events for you to come to me? And she said it was only when her own children started exhibiting behaviors and signs and symptoms such as blacking out their face with mum's eyeshadow and makeup, and little girl cutting her hair down to the scalp to not be attractive for her father, children wetting the bed and losing their control of their bowels when their father comes home, and other symptoms where she actually started getting these triggers and remembering what had happened to her. So what had happened to her had been so compartmentalized that she was just walking around in this human program of I'm here doing my thing, and I'm not exactly sure why I'm not really happy, but I'm just married and that's just what I do, But it was when her own children started exhibiting these symptoms that her own memories and childhood trauma started coming out. And I don't know what, with everybody, whether it's the same, but there is a certain compartmentalization within the mind that these traumas can be locked into. And it's sometimes with shows like this, or with people raising their own children, that their own memories begin to be recovered. And so this is why I'm saying that trauma-based recovery centers for these experiences need to be established as part of the healing process. But also I would like to suggest safe houses where, say, a woman with her children in a cult family can run to, because she can't go to the authorities because often her relatives work in child protection or work in levels of the government or in police. The relatives might be strategically placed in Crime Stoppers, which is a call-in hotline, or they might be placed in foster care or child protection. The members of the elite are actually positioned in these places. So if anyone wants to get away, or women's refuges, they even own women's refuges. So what we need to establish is completely neutral trauma recovery centers and completely neutral safe houses for these victims of satanic families, multi-generational families, for mothers and children who've had enough, who are remembering what's happening to them and who can't stand it anymore, can run away to. Now, there is a problem with these fractured multiple personalities that I've encountered in my own healing practice, and that is, you might get that mother that comes in and goes, save my soul, I need help, and then her alter personality will kick in, and this is an alter personality that is much stronger and much more aggressive than the vulnerable broken woman that came to me. And this has happened to me recently, where I invited her to come on and speak here, and she was in total protect the cult alter mode, you know, aggressive, denying, you know, like, you know, she'd rather hurt me, you know, than to jeopardize the cult. So this is a heavy cult mind control program in which one of their alter personalities kicks in and overrides the vulnerable victim, and is there programmed in so that they protect at all costs, including harming the very people that have offered to listen, heal, console, offer counsel, refuge, and help. So those of us who are, you know, offering, you know, extending the hand of help, okay, come on, you're drowning, I'll lift you up, I'll lift you out of that, come on, come here where it's safe. And then they can bite the hand that feeds you.
Absolutely. I ran into a situation like that 3 nights ago. I was called on just kind of like last minute, and they had a person was calling in who was clearly being attacked to the point of extreme paranoia. He felt that everybody was after him. And when we could, there was a couple of people, myself and another guest that was there, who identified the situation right away, that he was actually in one of these mind control cults, that he was abused as a child. His mother and some other folks were involved in witchcraft, and he was sure that he was being tracked and targeted. Our best guess is that he was actually being cohabitated. In other words, he had two people or two personalities in one body, one of them not being his own. And this is going back to what Alicia was referring to. We were trying to get through to him, and every time we tried to approach him with the solution, his volume increased, his voice speeded up, he talked. It was like trying to talk to somebody who literally had their hands over their ears. He wouldn't hear, and we finally stopped, just to stop and be quiet. And as we talked more, and he started to agree with us, he became calm, he became relaxed, and that other entity, which was driving him, I mean, it was bizarre, it really was, that all of a sudden stopped talking, and now he was listening. But after the whole show, he was like, oh, well, no, it's not. He went right immediate back to his whole being abused and being a victim. And that's the situation, is that what I've noticed is that these people who are actually victims generally wind up in a state where they are either cohabitating with, in other words, two entities within the same body. And somebody says, well, what do you mean? Let's take a look at what Princess Diana said about the Queen and Prince Philip, in that she saw them both shapeshift from their form that we see them as into reptilian and then back. And they said if she told anybody, they would kill her. Well, she's not around because she told, whatever reason, the exact reason that is there, that we are a vessel. Remember that we're a vessel. Our body is a vessel which contains our soul, but it can also contain the soul of an interdimensional off-planet being.
Which is what ruling elites, I believe, are possessed by.
Yes. Archons are, which you mentioned earlier, archons are vampires. The story of Dracula is a story of an archon. They literally suck the soul out of humans. In the story, it was, the vampire would bite you in the neck and suck your blood. Well, the blood is in our soul. I mean, our soul is in the blood. It states that clearly in Genesis, the 9th chapter, 4th and 5th verses, where there was a prohibition given by the Creator that we should not eat any blood whatsoever, human or animal. It was to be drained out because the soul was in the blood, and Yahweh himself claimed that as his, as sacred and holy. And so what these people are doing is literally defying one of the most basic laws ever given to the human race, not to eat blood. And they are doing it ritually, and they are doing it under archonic control, under the control of archons. And the archon, and what you were saying earlier, Elise, is they love the human experience. That's why you have people like what was her name? The Rihanna, is it?
Rihanna.
Entertainers cohabitate with these beings.
Beyonce.
Beyonce, there you go. Beyonce came right out and said, "Hey, when I'm on the stage, this other being takes over." Yeah, guess what, Beyonce? You are possessed by an archonic life form. He is enjoying, or she is enjoying, their life through you. And when they're done, they suicide you and you die. That's why entertainers who have these fantastic lives, who travel all over the place, have people cheering for them and applauding, and that's why they are possessed. And that's why they die early.
27.
They're used up.
27 years old.
Yeah, the 27 Club. Amy Winehouse, Heath Ledger. It goes on, hey.
Sure. Look at Jim Morrison. Jim Morrison's a great example. His daddy was an admiral. An admiral in the U.S. Navy. You know, and so there was somebody who was in the system and who had a fantastic life and died early. Jimi Hendrix, Janis Joplin. You go back to the 60s and all the entertainers that overdosed or died mysteriously, car accidents and things like that. Yeah, they were all cohabitated and they were all suicidal.
This club is Club 27. Very famous.
27 Club, yeah.
Okay. Let me exercise my thing. We've come to the end of your segment, Eilish, but I'm thinking, is there anything that you did want to mention that you haven't had the opportunity to talk about yet?
Thank you, Alfred. Only that this is a generational bloodline disorder. I believe it goes all the way back to the Anunnaki. I am bloodline myself, hybrid. I am Transylvanian, and my relatives are Vlad himself, and also Genghis Khan. My family's bloodline is primarily O negative, and I wanted to talk about blood for a minute.
Sure.
I almost killed my mother in utero because my father gave me positive, B positive as a blood group, which I possess. I'm B positive, but my mother's O negative, and her brother's O negative, and my son's O negative, and all the families O negative. And because my mother's family medical background, they all donated blood. My son donates blood. They're all O negatives. Now, we can trace our bloodline back to the Anunnaki through Sumeria. Okay, now. I believe that the Anunnaki themselves, the master geneticists, were O negative, and this is why I propose this theory. Enki and Enlil being the master geneticists of this human hybrid that we call Homo sapien, because O negative is the only blood type that knows every other blood type. Okay, so they can give to every other blood type, but they can only receive their own. Now, being a B positive embryo inside my O negative Anunnaki mother, I was treated like a parasite, and she actually spontaneously miscarried 3 babies before I kicked and screamed my way in 1969. So without any injection, I came here to be, but I had an unusual birth in which I was a 14-pound baby, 3 weeks prem, and my mother did not have gestational diabetes, so there was something strange about my birth. And every strange birth is like giant babies, for example, are documented, but I'm a natural normal sized human now. I'm 5'5", barefoot, but in terms of the ancestors like Vlad Tepes, Count Vlad, he was of the blood drinking royal dragon bloodline, I believe, you know, and this Lawrence Gardner wrote a book called Realm of the Ring Lords and the Bloodline and of the Holy Grail, And in the back of those books, there's the bloodline that's traced through the pharaohs, through Jesus, through Camelot, through the current royals, and all the different dynasties, and the dragon bloodline or the reptilian bloodline of the Transylvanian lineage is mentioned in there. That's why I've looked at this so closely. In terms of the sociopaths that have been evident in human history, we're seeing them, you know, in our very own rulers today, that they lack something. They lack something that many terrestrial humans possess, and I've noticed that with a few select members of my own family, that they have a little bit of a lack of empathy with some of them. I'm not saying that all O negatives are sociopaths, but they you know, I have noticed a few exhibit such personality idiosyncrasies. So I just thought I'd mention that I believe I'd like to propose a theory that Enki and Lil were of the O negative blood type, because it seems to be the parent blood type, which
Interesting.
I just heard this very funny laugh. I think it's coming from
it wasn't me.
Abe, did you just laugh?
Yeah, I was laughing at something else. Someone sent me a message. Sorry.
Oh.
It sounded kind of scary.
Someone sent me a message. Yeah.
Oh, it was kind of. Well,
Sorry.
you know, you could take it cosmically. You could. It was Enki and Enlil saying, "Ah ha ha! You caught us! You caught us! That's our secret."
Yeah. Well, thank you everyone for listening to my little segment. Hopefully I'll come back.
Yeah. I even saw the supposed Enki's gravesite up at Adam's Calendar in South Africa.
All right.
Have you ever seen that? Now, I'm not saying it's Enki's gravesite. It's like, oh, and over here is Enki's gravesite. It was Michael Tellinger who was promoting a certain tree as Enki's gravesite. I think it's part of his tour.
Right.
Quote, tour, end of quote. You know, you have to create landmarks for the tourists.
Yeah.
It helps if Enki's gravesite is at Adam's Calendar. Do you think Enki is buried at Adam's Calendar, being in the bloodline of Enki?
Yeah, possibly. You know, I've done a lot. I've done a lot of research in regards to the Hungarian, the Magyar tribe, and the Magyar.
Yeah. So do you think that Enki could possibly be buried at Adam's Calendar in South Africa?
Well,
possibly.
possibly.
Yeah. Okay, good. There you go. I got it straight. I got it straight from the bloodline. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, Peter, we come now to the New World with Peter Kling, author Peter Kling. Peter.
We have covered absolutely so much tonight. It's all intertwined together. It's like, okay, what can I add to this? I'm going to take a positive spin. It's all true. I'll say, based on what I've heard everybody talking about tonight, we're about 90% accurate. I won't go 100%. There's some things I might disagree with, but we're about 90% accurate on everything, especially the child sacrifice, the collection of louche, the people who are behind it. The reason this is all going on, and we can sit here and talk about Enki and off-planet Anunnakis forever. My personal opinion is that they're all interdimensional. None of them are dead yet. They will be. Not yet. We humans do something absolutely terrible. We limit ourselves in our own power. We look around the planet it's 2016, and we think that everything has been this way forever. No, everything is in dynamic change. And where we are now is the culmination. We've got 4,500 years of documented off-planet entities involved in humans' affairs. When you look at the scripture it's just the Bible, 3,500 years old from the writing of Genesis, all starting with aliens, all ending with aliens. So why do humans have aliens? And whenever we look at the situation, we are under attack, covertly under attack. We've got people who are channeling aliens saying, oh, well, they're here to help us. They're here to do this. The only thing that we can consistently document is that off-planet entities have been killing us, have been using us for as cattle, and they've been sucking our souls dry. That's the only consistency that we can prove when it comes to alien involvement. We cannot prove anything about their benevolence. We cannot prove anything that they are positive entities, because it all revolves around the people who are controlling this planet, who we know are purely evil, who engage in blood drinking and child sacrifice, and we convince ourselves that these off-planet beings are going to save us. No, not these. There are off-planet beings that are with us, which are benevolent. They're called guardian angels. They're the ones that keep us alive. Everyone else that's here is indeed part of the satanic rebellion. And we have to separate the religious context and the religious hocus pocus and dogma in order to get to the reality of the situation. Humans are the most powerful entities in the third dimension, which isn't 1, 2, 3. It's actually 8, 9, and 10. Humans are the pinnacle of creation. And this is why we get to share everything at a physical level. We get to enjoy the taste. We get to enjoy the smell. We get to enjoy the touch. We get to enjoy the hearing and the feel. And we get to enjoy one thing which no Anunnaki or off-planet alien or entity can do, and that's sexually procreate. And we love that. And we love what we get from that sexual union. This is what they don't have, and that's what makes us so special. Not just that, but the fact that we are indeed children of the Creator. We can create our own futures. And if we don't take responsibility and start creating our own futures, start being proactive, start saying, these entities have no power over me, we are just going to be victims for the rest of our short lives. And we are in a change now where the people that hear these words, they can take these words to the bank. And I hope it makes everybody angry. I hope that this program really got people upset, because when you're angry, you take your power back. Now, you can't just lash out, but when you're angry, you start to feel that adrenaline coming up and boiling inside. You get that life force, which all of a sudden makes you feel alive, like you want to go after the evil. That's good, but we can't do it in a state of beta. It has to be done in alpha, theta, or delta. The lower consciousness, or it's actually the higher consciousness of the mind. We slow the brain down, the speed of the brain, and as the speed of the brain slows down, the consciousness expands. And now we can actually realize just what our God-given powers are. If we were taught, if our children were taught this from birth, instead of who Santa Claus is, in one generation, we could change the paradigm of this whole planet to go from the destructive decay that we have now into a beautiful paradise-type Earth. And that indeed is where we are headed. We cannot remove these entities on our own. They're here, they're large, they're in charge. How do you turn around and you grab a hold of something you can't see? They're interdimensional. They come and go like that. And it's a very hard concept for the vast majority of people to wrap their brains around. because we think everything is real and solid in the third dimension when we're nothing but a hard hologram, because we have electrons. Our light energy has electrons attached to it, so everything now has feeling and touch. And so we think it's real because of a little electromagnetic interface with everything. We have to move beyond the physical, because that's where all of these people play. They play beyond the physical. And that's where we can start to take our power back. Meditation and prayer brings us into the alpha state, or if you're in deep meditation, into the theta state. And that's where our consciousness and our God-given power comes from. It's literally connecting into the cosmos and drawing out that power. And doing so makes us invincible. We no longer become the victims, but now we can go on the attack. It's just that simple. It's taking your power back. There's one great movie. It's basically a kid's movie. It starred David Bowie, who just passed away, interestingly enough. And David Bowie plays the prince of the Goblin Castle. And the movie ends with this girl trying to get her half-brother back, which was taken by the Goblin King here, or the Goblin Prince. And in the final scene of the movie, he says, David Bowie playing the Goblin King, sorry, he says, "I've changed time for you. I've done this for you. I've done that for you. He says, and all I want is just for you to worship me." And then she's trying to remember the final line, and the final line is, "You have no power over me." And with that, it all collapses and falls apart. Once we say, "You have no power over me," guess what happens? They have no power over us. And now we can start to regain our own power. And that's what we need to do as human beings. We need to remove ourselves from admiralty law. We need to remove ourselves from the law of the land. And we need to address the population who is control of this planet as children of the Creator, as children of the Almighty, as children of Yahuwah, the Tetragrammaton, because that changes us. That changes us. It now makes us cosmic royalty. You want to tread on cosmic royalty? Come on. Come after a child of Yahuwah and see what happens to you. I put that challenge out. I put that challenge out to every demonic force. I put that challenge out to every governmental agency. I put that out to the United Nations and the bastards that run that organization. Come after a child of Yahuwah and see what you can do. You haven't been able to kill me yet, and it's been 16 times. Yeah, they've been trying to kill me. For 40 years they've been trying to kill me, and they can't, because they can't kill a child of God. They can only try. So with that, we need to take our power back. We need to make the connection. That's why, if you notice, the whole world is going Gnostic. All the Christians are picking up these Gnostic beliefs, these the second century apostate that went contrary to the teachings of Christ, is becoming the standard now. And by us ignoring, we need to ignore everything that we are being told about where we came from, who we are, and what we're supposed to be, and how we are treated. Because once we take back our personal power, we are no longer citizens of the United States. We are no longer citizens of any country. We're no longer citizens of the world. We're no longer citizens of the system of evil, but we now become children of Yahuwah, the Most High. Come after us and see what happens. We are well protected. Very well protected. And so that's the mindset that we have to change. You see, we can be victims. We can say, "Oh, I was abused as a child." And I know people that literally do this. I've dealt with it 3 times this summer with archonic life forms that are controlling these people. I'll give you an example. A woman, the last one that I dealt with, a grown adult woman in her 30s, ran from a drunken orgy 5 miles from one town to another town in the middle of the night, totally naked, has very little memory of it. She was overtaken by another being, ran out of there and ran home. 5 miles in the dark, totally naked. Is that logical? Is that something that somebody would do? No. These are all acts that are driven by these life forms who just love to see us afraid. They love to see us in fear. And that's what gives them their strength. So we have to stop being victims. We have to stop right now. The cosmic law is on our side. Cosmic energy is on our side. But it's not, it doesn't come free, and it doesn't come cheap, and it doesn't come easy. We have to plug in. We have to draw. We have to make the effort. And it's through meditation and prayer that we connect to that power of the cosmos, and that we can make that declaration that we are children of Yahuwah. Now, we're no longer under Admiralty law. We are no longer under the law of the land. We are no longer in a position where they can harm our soul. They might be able to sink the vessel. They might be able to destroy our physical body, but they can't harm our soul, because our soul is who we are. You see, and once we come to that awareness, they can't harm us.
Peter, what for people that may be tuning in, what does the term children of Yahuwah, do you have other ways of expressing that? What?
Child of God.
Child of God.
Child of creation.
Okay.
Yahuwah, Yahweh, the Tetragrammaton simply means, the meaning of it is he who causes to become. I am.
I am.
We are all connected.
So that people can have other words for it.
Yeah, but you see, there's actually power in the name. I was talking to two guests. I've got my own radio show, The Final Countdown.
Right.
Doctors JJ and Desiree Hertek. They are Messianic Jews, archaeologists, and Dr. Hertek wrote the book Keys of Enoch.
Right.
It's interesting. What they did is they went to Guatemala, and they went to a Mayan temple that had a resonance chamber on top of the temple. And they went in there and they spoke specific Hebrew words.
Oh, wow.
And that temple started to vibrate. Yeah. The vibrations became so dynamic in that temple, it just from the words. Under the Temple Mount, they found a stone that was carved during the time of Solomon's days. That stone weighed, they're estimating its weight at 200,000 tons. One stone, 200,000 tons. And they said, well, how do you think they moved it? Being a little smartass, I said, say the magic words and the stone will move itself. And they said, yes, that's exactly right. It's the resonance of the language in which we speak, which has power. So when we go back to the ancient, we go back to the Hebrew, to the actual name, the Tetragrammaton, Yahuwah or Yahweh, or in English, Jehovah, the very vibration of that sound itself is disturbing to these off-planet entities, and that's how we can control them. Also, the name Jesus Christ works, interestingly enough. So these connections back to Yeshua or Jesus, or back to Yahuwah or Jehovah, they work. They are real. And anybody who says, oh, he's a bloodthirsty God, and he was just, he was another. No, we're talking about the creative power of the cosmos itself. And it's drawing on that creative power that we have the ability to do that. We can draw on that creative power. It's easy. It's simple. And it starts actually in love. When we are in love, it takes us out of beta, puts us right into alpha, like that. Simple. And when you go and read John, the 4th chapter, the 8th verse, it says, God is love. 1 John 4:8. God is love. It's that power of love. The power of love between a mother and child. The power of love between two people who are in love. Love overcomes every situation. And so when we start, get out of the fear. Move into the alpha. Move into the love. Pray, meditate, become whole. As Abraham was saying earlier, the food that we eat is important. We eat the raw foods because it's natural. It gives us strength. It's where our body draws its power from. And all these things that the governments and the government agencies and those people who are large and in charge, they set up a system that is all designed to destroy us, to destroy our very knowledge and our very capability of connecting with the cosmos, of connecting with the ultimate power, of connecting with ultimate wisdom, because they know once we do, they have no power over us. It's just that simple. It really is. And so to our listeners and anybody who has not read Letters to Earth, You Can't Survive Armageddon, write me, ONE@peterkling.com. I'll gladly send you a free copy. The answers are in there for what we need to do in order to survive this mess. The dynamic change is coming this year. Watch for it. It may start with an economic collapse. We may get martial law. We might. We've been talking about this for some time. There's an economic war at hand between the Federal Reserve or the central banks and the BRICS and AAIB, and that's what we're seeing in the stock market. Worst year in stock history is this year. It keeps on going down. So be prepared. We know what's coming. We know we are in a dynamic change time. Not to be afraid. This is the time that we need to move over into cosmic love and draw on that power. We can. We can face the worst adversities. We can face the most trialsome times by being able to draw on that cosmic power and bring it into our heart. It starts in a state of love. So with that, I know we've gone into this is like the longest panel that we've ever done. I think we're pushing like 3-4 hours or getting close to it. But
well, no, but you still have let's see, 4:45. You still have 30 minutes.
Well, thank you, Alfred. I really don't need it. I
30 minutes.
Okay, well then,
yeah,
for that gift.
Yeah, it's really going to come down to love.
It is now a love free-for-all for the planet. I mean, for the planet and for the panel.
Absolutely.
Yes, we can.
So for this next 30 minutes, just let it roll. I mean, this is your opportunity to bring forward what you think we gained, what insights we had.
Sure. This is, like I said, everything that we talked about is true. We may not be 100% accurate, but I'll take 90%. All you need is 51 to be a winner. So with the information that we have in this panel, I mean, we are exposing the worst of the worst. They have the governments and the wealthy, the rulers of this system of evil have literally harvested our children. And they've done it for thousands of years. And they keep us indisposed. They keep us uneducated. They keep us disempowered and disenfranchised to carry out their own agenda. Because if the masses knew this, they would lose their power. And
right,
so we have
right. So, okay, so then, and now what? Okay, so that's part one. Now part two, for the next 20 minutes or so. And now what? What's a good plan of action? We're going to put this out. We're going to broadcast this in different ways. We're going to broadcast it as one panel, as one video. So if people want to see it all the way through, each participant's individual panel is going to be a separate video and article and program. And it's all going to be distributed worldwide.
That's great because there's so much fantastic information. And
no,
I don't want to leave anybody in fear.
Okay, so
that's not where it is.
So that's step one is distribution. Now
distribution.
Now, what are let's start visualizing change here and transformation. What are some specific steps? Because what we want to do is to end up with change out on the planet, with transformation, with this whole thing just kind of spinning, like the monster's got no more, it's got no more reason. It's got no more reason to be around. Let it fold its act and move on. But I mean,
That's what we would hope for, but it's going to go down fighting.
Yeah. So, no, but I mean, we don't know. So, what are some action steps? So, I'm going to step back so you can go forward.
Very simple.
With your
Very simple.
specific action steps.
Here's the best action step that we can take. And it's taking our own power back. That's number one. How do we do that? Carve out 15 minutes a day. You can do it in 5 minutes. 3 5-minute segments, morning, noon, and night. Sit down, relax, and find a calm place to relax your mind. Seriously. Now, what I'm saying will work. This is based on Edgar Cayce's work. We all know who Edgar Cayce was, the most famous psychic of the 20th century. This is a scientific explanation. I've learned the scientific method of Edgar Cayce's abilities in 1978, sorry. And it starts with relaxation techniques. This is how we become creators. When we relax, our brain goes from the beta state into alpha. Alpha now starts to connect us with the cosmos. If we relax more, we go into theta. If we relax more, we go down into delta. At delta, all bets are off, essentially, as far as the laws of the third dimension are concerned. We can have out-of-body experiences and travel around in different dimensions. However, most of us never get that far on a conscious level. We only do that while we sleep in a dream state. But we can do it in a conscious level, and it takes practice. 5 minutes, 3 times a day. Relax. It's very close to prayer. Prayer and meditation are almost identical in how they serve us. Here's the difference. Prayer connects us back to the Creator. Meditation connects us to the future. You need both. We need prayer to go back and get the power to then meditate and create our future. Visualize. It all comes in with visualization. When we can picture something in our mind, we then make it real. Here's an example. You're going on vacation. Where you want to go? I don't know. So you go online, you look around, you find out you want to go to the islands. Okay. You'll sit down and you'll think about, you close your eyes and you'll kick back and say, oh, well, what do I want to do? Well, I want to go scuba diving. I want to go lay on the beach. I want to enjoy the sunshine. We start visualizing all the things that we plan on doing, going on this vacation. And then we go and do them. We see it first and then we go do it. It's just that simple. So by sitting down 5 minutes, 3 times a day, kind of like prayer, you can pray. Thank God for keeping me alive, let me be here, whatever the case might be. Don't say the bead prayer. Repetition gets you nowhere. Make it from your heart. Make it heart soul. Be thankful. And then start planning our future. Well, what do you want to do today? What do you want to do tomorrow? Start visualizing it. If you are working on a large project, visualize the outcome. And then take steps back on how to learn how to get there. I'm going to be doing a class on this once I get the new website set up, and I'll actually be doing private one-on-one instructions with people who have situations and want to turn around and learn more. It's simple. It's easy. It takes practice, like anything else, like lifting weights. You don't go out and lift 500 pounds without a lot of practice. Well, I think that might be a little bit more. I had a friend who was a weightlifter. He used to lift over 400 pounds at a clip. He didn't just start doing that. Yeah, lifted up 400 pounds at a clip in one shot. That takes a lot of work. Right now, we are mental midgets. And if we don't start meditating and start using the gray matter, then we're going to stay mental midgets and we'll be victims. The idea is not to be a victim anymore. If you've suffered abuse, stop being a victim of abuse. Well, how do I do it? Take action and power, and it starts with prayer and meditation. Put together a plan for the future. We know that there's dynamic change coming. We know that we might be facing an economic collapse. If you don't have a little extra food stored and you don't have some cash on hand or have changed it in for some gold and silver, it might be a good idea to do that. See, that doesn't take a lot of brain power. It's taking practical steps and getting used to doing things like that. Then we can start doing bigger and bigger, more difficult chores until we can actually use our minds to create our future. The other thing is, when we get a message, the guest, the person who called in who had all these problems. So many times he said, I knew I was supposed to do that, but I was afraid. He let fear stop him from doing the right thing. Boy, I wish I had $1 for every time he said he was afraid. Not that I'd be rich, but I go out and get a nice dinner tonight. He must have said it at least 100 times that he was afraid in the span of an hour. Every sentence, I was too afraid to do this. I knew I was supposed to do that, but I was too afraid. Stop being afraid. What's the worst that's going to hurt? What's the worst that's going to happen? Somebody's going to beat you? Beat him back. Once we make that connection, we can draw on that power. You see, if we go up against you go up against a court, you go up against the authorities, you go up against the police or against a judge or against anybody, a politician, you draw on the name of Yahuwah or Yahweh and say, you deal with me, you're going to have to deal with Yahweh. Help yourself. Seriously. If that doesn't give them time for thought, they got some real serious issues, because you can beat a person up just by using the name Yahweh over and over and over again. If they're demonically possessed, or if they're under the influence of an archon, you will drive that archonic life force right away. I promise you will do it. You can also use the name Jesus, or the term Jesus Christ. There was a colonel who I heard an interview. Remember when we had the Washington monument crack from the earthquake? The same time we had earthquakes go off at between Colorado and New Mexico, and people saying, oh, well, there was underground nukes that were set off. There were underground nukes that were set off. They were trying to eliminate the Nephilim that they had created. They created genetic bodies for the Nephilim and they got out of control, and they couldn't control them, so they decided to kill them with nuclear force. It didn't work. This colonel said that the only way that they could control these life forms was by using the name Jesus Christ. Then they can have full dominion over them. I was like, yeah, good thing you guys figured it out. But that's true. By using those names, there is a resonance in the names Yahuwah, Yeshua. There's a lot of resonance in a lot of Hebrew words, which have power to destroy or disable these things. It's just that easy. They expect us to be in fear. What happens when they come up against a hard nut to crack that's not afraid of them? Now they're afraid. You see, it's like you going up against, it's like a thief coming up against somebody, they want to mug you. So they pull out a knife and they want to mug you, and all of a sudden you turn around and you pull out a .45 and you stick it in their face and pull the trigger. End of conversation. It's just that quick. It's just that simple. That's literally how much power we can wield once we know how to do it. I've been under attack for a very, very long time. They haven't been able to kill me. They haven't been able to put me in prison. I'm still out. I'm still free, still doing this, and they can't touch me. Yeah, they can try. They have tried. They have not been successful, nor will they ever be successful, because of the power that I can draw on. It's just that easy. And we can all do it. Edgar Cayce said, we can all do it. Ask anybody who has the ability, and they'll tell you, we can all do it. It just takes the practice. It takes time. It takes effort. And it takes a little integrity to ourselves, not to anybody else, but to ourselves in order to do it. And if we don't, we're going to be victims. It's just that simple. So either you're a victim or you're a child of God. There's no in between.
I'd like to add something to that,
Sure.
Peter. I completely concur with your suggestions and power in prayer, meditation, and mantra. One of my own spiritual practices is that I'm a Bhakti yogini, Bhakti meaning devotion, and I chant in several ancient languages. I chant in Portuguese, in Hebrew, in Tibetan, and of course in Sanskrit. And I went. I did 2 months in prison back in 2011 in regards to some Freeman stuff that I was doing as a political prisoner. And in the first 3 nights of my imprisonment, I was visited by a demon each night. And the first one looked like Jesus, but he had his eyes closed. And I was in my prayer. I was sitting in my cell first night, and I was just praying. And all of a sudden Jesus came, but he had his eyes closed. And I said, if it's you, because I'm actually Buddhist, and I said, if it's you, open your eyes and show me, because I see the soul in someone's eyes, you know. And as he opened his eyes, they were just this grey, soul-sucking abyss. And immediately I said the Hebrew demon banishing, which I'm going to share with everyone. Kadosh, 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 Adonai Tsebayot. Kadosh, 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 Adonai Tsebayot. Kadosh, 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 Adonai Tsebayot. With me saying that 3 times, this entity completely disappeared, and I had uninterrupted prayers after that. The second night, I had this crazy carnival music and this woman's fat head lolling from side to side like one of those nodding dogs in the back of cars, and her eyes were rolling, and it looked like insanity was trying to visit me. And I did the same, and she dissolved. And then the third night, I was visited by a little boy, and because I was in the women's prison, I thought maybe it's the astral body of a dreaming child visiting his mum. And so I said, "Oh, sweetheart, are you looking for your mother?" And as he opened his mouth, his jaw, like a snake, unhinged, and the yawn extended, whoa, like that, all the way down. And I just went, Kadosh, Kadosh, Adonai, Kadosh, 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 Adonai, Tsebayot 3 times, and the child dissolved. So 3 times I was visited by entities, and after that I wasn't challenged again. Now, when you're working with entity removal in a healing position, you have to be completely fearless, and you have to have absolute unshakable faith in the divine creator by whatever name it's known. I work a lot with prayer and with mantra. I'm a musician. I play the sitar and the harmonium, and as I mentioned before, I sing in these ancient languages, and they're all prayers. They're all prayers. Doesn't matter if it's a Hindu mantra or a Tibetan Buddhist mantra or a Hebrew holy song. There's power. And what it is, it's like mantra, tantra, yantra. And there's a power in the sacred geometry of the spoken word that is contained within the codes of these old languages.
Indeed, there is.
Sanskrit and Hebrew in particular are very powerful for this. Just like Masaru Emoto spoke about the power of programming water with the spoken word and the intention, so our bodies are made of 70 to 90% water, and water carries light, and light is God, and light is love. And so the more we can stay hydrated, the more we can say the holy names of creation and creator, the more we stay empowered. And we create a sacred geometry within every cell in our being, and this extends into the sacred geometry within our own aura. And so we create, if we had the eyes to see, we create beautiful sacred geometries within our own aura in this light language through the spoken word, the intentional word of prayerful mantra. And you mentioned meditation. Absolutely, by prayer and meditation, one which is clearing the mind of dross, the other one which is connecting to the Most High, the highest creator of love and light within the universe. Oh, by the way, Kadosh, 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 Adonai Tsebayot means holy, holy, holy is the Lord of heavenly hosts. It's the God of gods of heaven. So, basically, that's who I align with. It's the God of gods, the Lord of heavenly hosts. You got a problem with it? Deal with him, because this is who I answer to. And they seem to fade. Now I mentioned,
don't give them power. They have no choice.
That's right. So remain hydrated. Absolutely, always keep water beside you, and don't drink it out of BPA. Drink it out of glass containers or ceramic or something. Cannabis juice, any type of cannabis oil, cannabis butter will put you in that higher frequency, away from reptilian interference. Sun gazing, because you're taking in light within your being. Now, light cannot harm us. I stare straight at the sun. I don't need glasses. Sorry for those who do, but like I don't need glasses, and I stare straight at the sun, and I'm not fine. It doesn't harm you. How, if you are made of light, if you carry light within your being, and you carry light which is carried in the water molecules within your body, how can light harm light? So I encourage people to sun gaze. I also encourage people to practice pranayama breathing. One nostril, then in, and the other nostril out. Look up pranayamic breathing. Also, walking barefoot, earthing, anchoring onto the earth being our mother, being our sustenance. Walking barefoot gives you a magnetization, an anchor point. So many people who are in these ritual abuse situations are disassociated and ungrounded. They're like pot plants. You need to put your root base, which has been shattered by satanic ritual abuse, you need to put your root into the ground. Sit on the ground with no underwear on. Women who are on their menstruation bleed into the earth. Walk barefoot on the earth. Anchor in. The earth is our anchorage point. It's our earthing. If you need healing, or if you need to work on your traumas and your disassociation, go and see a good healer. It's very important, Abe was mentioning before, to detox the pineal gland. The pineal gland is our vehicle of ascension. Practice ejecting your consciousness out the top of your head. Practice dying, but dying in a conscious way. By sending your consciousness, your soul, out through the top of your head. Experienced Tibetan masters who I've met personally have holes in the top of their head where the baby's fontanelle is, where they've practiced ejecting their soul so much that they can actually put a blade of grass or a piece of straw through the top of their heads. It's a central channel that has been worked on and worked on and worked on. Keep your central channel pure. Don't smoke. Don't put any toxins in your body. Keep it pure. Keep your lovemaking pure. Remain pure and monogamous with your chosen beloved. Practice yoga. Swim in the ocean, because all our crystals can be cleansed in salt water. We'll soak in our own crystalline bodies. So swimming in the ocean, being around playful beings like turtles and dolphins and whales is so uplifting, and they're so healing. Listen to whale song. Listen to their playfulness and take some inspiration from these divine beings that are here to inspire us. And let's join together in unity, in creative, conscious co-creation, so that we can dream together, we can sing together, we can pray together, we can go to festivals together, or yoga ashrams, or whatever rings your bell, and connect to the most divine, the most holy. It's not out there, it's in here. And if we connect to that beautiful part, that spark of God that is our divine inheritance, there is no other truth. And so we look within ourselves. That's my suggestions in regards. And fasting, where if you want to fast, a really quick detox, clear cancer, clear any warts, clear any tumors, clear any diabetes, fasting. 40 days and 40 nights, Jesus did it, and it didn't kill him.
Interesting. That's how long I was incarcerated for, 40 days and 40 nights. Exactly. 40 days and 40 nights. But yes, what you're saying is true. And it's by cleansing, it's reconnecting ourselves to our spiritual selves. We all think that we're this physical person. We're not. We are really the vessel for the spiritual person to whom we are. And it's reconnecting there. And something that you said, which science is now, which we can prove so much with science now, it's fantastic. When we pray or meditate, when the mind, or sleep, when the mind gets to 7 cycles per second, the hippocampus opens up the right hemisphere of the brain, and we now at 7, once it hits 7 hertz, everyone who is at 7 hertz can read each other's thoughts. We have a collective consciousness at 7 hertz or lower. So we can literally, it's like, it's where the 100th monkey, you know, that whole theory where a society learns a practice. All you have to do is get to that 100th monkey and it becomes part of society. And so, you know, we kind of have to lead by example, I guess, and work on being, you know, monkey 99 and then get to 100 to where we can use our brains. And once we, in a meditative state, once that right hemisphere opens up, we connect to every other brain on the planet. It's just that simple. So we have a collective consciousness, which right now is being disseminated, is being used against us, because it's being used against us through every device and method that those who are ruling this planet have at their disposal. And it's up to us to just follow these simple things: health, nutrition, meditation, prayer. It's not a religious thing. It's a spiritual thing. I said earlier, I've got no use for religion. You look at prophecy, we're right on the doorstep of religion's destruction. The Anunnaki paradigm is almost over. The Anunnaki are the ones who gave us religion and government.
I would add too with that, because of all this bloodletting and everything that's going on this planet, which is part of the satanic and Luciferian agenda, I would add going raw vegan for the highest. Or, you know, if you're not water fasting and breatharian and sun gazing, go raw vegan if you want to still eat, because there's no bloodshed in raw veganism or veganism or vegetarianism. Start off vegetarian. You know, just take a vow of not having any more meat, because you're not going to let blood, you're not going to cause the bloodletting or the suffering of any animal on this planet, because they're all our brothers and sisters. They're all creations. They've all got souls in them, and they all value their lives and their children, you know, and their families and their communities. So, you know, by not ingesting the blood, Michelangelo himself said that you know, humanity wouldn't evolve until we stop eating each other. So, you know, if we can stop the bloodletting and the blood rituals and the halal and the slaughterhouses, we can have a path to godliness. And the most holiest path in terms of eating, Peter, may I add, is fruitarianism, because the mother
fruits are
tree,
good.
The mother tree lives. You know, you pull a carrot out, it's the end of that carrot, right? The roots, everything, it's gone. Now that carrot, you know, it's still consciousness. But the mother tree lives. And so we take an apple, one of her children, and we eat that apple. But she gives us apples the next season, you know, the orange, the lemon, the holiest, way of eating on this planet would be, I would suggest, fruitarianism, the pathway to paradise. There's a wonderful book by Anne Osborne if you want to look further into that.
Well, when you look back at the command given in Genesis, the 1st chapter, it says, may everything that produces, may all vegetation producing seed serve as food for you. That's all vegetation producing seed, as in cannabis.
Yeah.
So everything is good for us. Didn't say eat meat, didn't say eat the fish, didn't say eat the birds. All vegetation producing seed, may it serve as food for you. Yeah. So that's right back to the original prime directive for planet Earth. Yeah. And, you know, we've just had so much deception heaped upon us generation after generation, and so many lies told, regardless of what piece of information it is. Anybody who, if they pick up the book, the Bible, and they read it, I guess it starts off with aliens and it ends with aliens. The humans live in the middle somewhere. You know, but we never get that. We never get past that fact, because that book is covered up with religious dogmas so deeply They cherry pick the scriptures and then they add in their own Anunnaki teaching and they say it's from God. Bunch of crap. That's why you can't trust religion. And look who runs religion. Same thing with government. You can't trust government. Who's running it? It goes back to these same entities that we've talked about all night who are involved in killing our children in a murderous way, in a murderous ritual way, and selling their life force for profit. It's
intergalactically.
Yeah. So what? This is the paradigm that God created for us? No. We were kidnapped. That's exactly what it says in the scriptures. We were kidnapped. We no longer have that divine connection as a society. We've got a connection with the evil. And so it's this evil which is going to be destroyed at this paradigm change of Armageddon. We don't have to do anything except get our lives in order. We don't have to pick up a gun. We don't have to go to war. We don't have to go shoot protesters or people that are battling the government. All we have to do is get out of the way, and their situation will resolve itself. Children of God, children of the Creator, don't have to get involved in demonic fights. It's just that simple. It's not our fight.
We just have to be.
Take power. Take power. Get out of the way. It's like watching a dog fight. You're going to get in the middle of two dogs fighting and break it up? Not in your right mind, unless you own the dogs. But that's about it. Get in the middle of a dog fight and you're going to get bit. So just stay out of the dog fight. Let the dogs fight. Let religion battle government. Let government battle religion. They'll kill each other, and that'll be the end of it. We'll be the meek who inherit the earth. And it's going to happen. Yeah, this will be over in 3 years.
3 years, you reckon?
Yeah, by 2020, we'll be in the new paradigm. Absolutely.
Well, let's consciously co-create that today with the divine beings that we are here right now, and everyone listening. Let's consciously co-create that so that let it be, and let it be so, and so it is.
Absolutely, so it is. By 2020, this paradigm change will have taken place, and we will definitely be on the new paradigm to a peaceful planet.
Yes.
And boy, do we have a fantastic future ahead.
Yes.
Oh, do we have a fantastic future ahead. That's another program. But trust me, there's going to be a whole lot of loving going on after the paradigm change, and if you're not there, you're going to miss it. So we'll let it go at that.
I want to give you all big hugs.
Earth is only the beginning.
Yeah.
We have to disengage from the matrix, you guys, yeah?
Okay.
And create gardens, create tropical paradise gardens, yeah?
Absolutely.
We have to disengage and create our own new world. ¿Qué pasa, Juanito?
Nada, quería comentar que esta prisión de la que estamos, vamos a salirnos. No vamos a salir porque el dinero está falsificado. Entonces,
Sí,
como el dinero es una mentira, es como el Monopoly. Y sonará gracioso. El Monopoly es un instrumento de masa.
The paper currencies are debt instruments, correct one. Sí, señor.
Yeah, and that'll be gone this year too.
Yeah, we have to step out the monetary matrix as well.
It's going to be a difficult change, so we need to be prepared for this. It's not, the Dragon families aren't going to turn around and hand everybody $1 million and say, have a good life.
Exactly.
We're going to transition. We feel that we're going to transition away from the whole currency system. You're correct. We will. I feel that many of us will use gold, silver, and copper coins as transitions out of the monetary matrix, and will eventually be money. Will be money free.
Yes.
And those gold and silver, copper coins, they'll go into the soil where the new gardens are planted.
As the scripture says, they will cast their gold into the streets because it will become an abhorrent thing to them.
Absolutely.
So there we are. So we are the generation that this world has been waiting for 4,500 years. And here we are.
Thanks ever so much, Alfred. Wonderful panel. Nice to meet you all.
Nice to meet
Buenas noches, mi amigos.
Buenas noches. Ha sido un placer.
Buenas noches.
Venga.
Gracias.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you. Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Venga, adiós.
An absolute pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Venga.
Thank you.
Love and blessings to all.
Yeah. Peace on earth. Eh?
Nice to meet you, everybody.
Sí, señor.